Hey guys, welcome to Green Bean Fiction. So in today's video we are gonna see, what if Deku inherited the Blacklight virus, part 2. Before starting, make sure to hit that like button and subscribe if you are interested in MHA fanfictions. This story is Izuku Midoriya, the reincarnation of Alex Mercer by DummyWearingAHoodie. Now without wasting any more time, let's dive in. Anyway, if those bastards have some trick to take down All Might, then... He took a deep breath and looked at his companions. Then right now, we have to fight to win. Saying that, he saw them straightened up and looked serious and determined. He smiled, but first I need to know what your quirks are. Izuku saw them looking at each other and back at him. Even with the slight confidence Izuku gave them, he can see that they were contemplating and telling him his quirk, even Tsuyu, who was getting distracted by the villains screaming at them. He sighed and looked at the villains. "I know you guys are scared," he said in a low voice. This seemed to grab his companions, making them look at him. Izuku looked back at them. "But we have to do something. We are heroes after all." He paused and looked back at the villains. "Those bastards down there. They're clearly all about underwater battle," he said, and Tsuyu continued it for him. "So they must have known about the layout of USJ beforehand and gathered people with that in mind, huh?" she said, and Izuku nodded. "Exactly. They stocked up information for the attack. But for a bunch of guys who prepared meticulously, there's something awfully odd about their behavior," he said. That earned him some confused looks from the students of Class 1B and a blank look from Tsuyu. "In an underwater combat zone, Tsuyu, you are able to move freely. It's your strength, so why would they bring you here?" He looked at her and to the others who are still confused about his logic. Izuku chuckled slightly and looked at them with a smirk. "I think what I'm saying is, they don't know what quirks we have," he said. That gained him wide eyes from his companions. He chuckled. "And if they knew Tsuyu's quirk, they would have tossed her to the fire zone, conflagration zone. They don't have intel about our quirks, that they separated us, and their strategy now is to assault us with their sheer numbers." He saw them nodding at this. He continued. "They've got us beat both in numbers and experience. We have one key to victory. Our one advantage is that they have no clue what our quirks can do," he declared, earning an understanding nod from Tsuyu and Shiozaki and a nervous nod from Shota and Komori. Izuku moved his right arm near his face. They saw it sprout black and red tendrils, wrapping around his hand before turning into claws. "My quirk is called Blacklight. I can turn the biomass in my body and transform my arms into weapons. It also gives me enhanced senses, strength, speed, durability and immunity to any disease and probably poisons." The last one was unsure, but they don't need to know that. "My quirk also allows me to have thermal vision with 360 range if I concentrate enough." He finished and they all nodded while in awe. Well, everyone except Tsuyu, who already knew it. Speaking of Tsuyu, she crouched down and assumed a sitting form of a frog. "Mine's called Frog. I can leap fairly high, I can clamber up wall. My tongue can lash out up to a length of 20 meters. And I can inflate my stomach outwards," she said as Komori made a look of disgust. "It's lined with poisonous mucus. Well, not really poisonous so much as somewhat stinging, and I can secrete it." She finished, earning a nod from Izuku as he looked at Shiozaki, who stepped forward. "My quirk is called Vines, as so can see it gives me controllable, thorny vines in place of regular hair. I can manipulate them for binding, snatching and creating a shield in defense. I can also cut it off at will," she said as she looked at them. She noticed Izuku staring at her hair in awe with slightly open lips, making her blush a little. Izuku then nodded and turned to Shota. The chubby boy saw this and flinched slightly. "My quirk is called Twin Impact. At any initial impact, I can basically create a secondary impact, making it stronger and faster. I can also use it to people, but it needs a lot of concentration," he said nervously, and saw Izuku smiling at him, calming him down a little. After Shota, they all looked at Komori, who was shaking in the attention given to her. My Q quirk is CA called Mu Mushrooms. It allows me to spread via various types of FFF fungus spores from my body," she said, stuttering in her words. She was about to talk when a hand landed on her shoulder. The brown-haired girl looked at the owner of the hand and saw Izuku looking at her with a small smile. "It's okay, Komori. If you're not comfortable, you don't need to force yourself." "Okay," he said softly, earning a nod from the now blushing Komori. His smile widened and looked at them. I have a plan. But I need all your help. He paused and looked at Komori. Can you make me the largest mushroom you can create? With the flood zone villains, they are on the surface of the water waiting for the students to make a move. They have been paid to kill the students and were eager to do the task. Though they are not sure about the plan on killing All Might, he is the #1 hero for a reason. But they don't need to worry about him since their boss, the hand villain, paid them to kill the students and kill they will. One of the villains is getting impatient. Well swam forward to the ship that the students are on and sliced the boat in half like it was butter. The ship split in half and the students recoiled on the attack. The villain began to laugh at Komori, who shaking in fear. Their laughter was cut off when their leader yelled, "Hey! Where's the green-haired kid?" He yelled, looking at the boat where there are only 4 students instead of 5. The other villains also noticed this and was about to yell at the students when a yell from above caught their attention. Up here, they heard and looked up. There they saw Izuku in the air with his left hand covered in muscle mass, pulled up in a throwing pose. Take this, fuckers. Combination move. Mushroom meteor toss. And he threw the object in his hand. Mushrooms closely pressed and formed into a ball in the shape of a large baseball. The villains scoffed at the thrown object and was about to taunt him, when they heard another voice of the students on the boat says, "Fire!" And the ball of mushrooms began to double, no triple in speed. They began to panic as the speeding ball of mushrooms made onto the water's surface. The ball caused the water to spread out on impact and converges in the center. The villains were being pulled by the waves into the center of the impact. But what made the villains panic even more is the vines that sprout out of the ball and began to bind the villains together. And in second they're all captured by the vines. While all that was happening, Tsuyu and the 1B students leapt out of the boat. Tsuyu holding Komori and Shiozaki, while Shota was wrapped with vines. They had doubted Izuku's plan, but they have no choice but to risk it instead of doing nothing. And were surprised when his plan had worked perfectly as he predicted. The plan was for Komori to make a large mushroom and had it cover the vines that Shiozaki removed from her head, making a ball. And for Izuku to jump to the air and throw the ball into the water and Shota to use his quirk to double the speed of the ball to create an impact and let the momentum of the impact pull the villains to center where Shiozaki would control the cut-off vines to bind the villains and they will escape. As they were in the air, Tsuyu used her tongue to wrap and pull Izuku to her. She was made a glance to the green-haired boy who was smiling and fist-bumped with Shota. Tsuyu won't say it out loud, but she was beginning to admire the intelligence and strength of the green-haired boy and may have a little crush on him, no scratch that she would say it out loud and bluntly. Shiozaki and Komori were both thinking the same and were happy to escape the flood zone without anyone hurt. The former smiling at him and the latter blushing at the green-haired boy who smiled at him and thanked her for helping him with the plan. Now that she looked closer to him, she noticed his freckles in a diamond shape, giving him a youthful and cute look. Wait, cute? She began to blush even more and was thankful to her hat that was covering her face. She can't take it if he saw her like this. As Izuku and his companions land on the now calm water, they quickly swam towards the shore. They arrived at the side of the central plaza. Izuku asked them if they are hurt. Seeing them shaking their heads made him calm a bit. He can admit that he was scared of what is happening, but he can't afford to show that to his face right now. Not until they escaped this place. As they stopped to rest, Izuku quickly used thermal vision and closed his eyes to observe the surroundings in a 360-degree range. He saw everyone scattered in the facility and fighting the villains. He was confused when he can't find Iida and quickly looked at the direction of the entrance and saw that the door was busted open. Iida must have escaped to tell Ua about the attack in USJ. He nodded and inwardly cheered his friend. He continued to observe the whole place and furrowed his eyebrows when he saw 2 figures curled down and hiding behind a trash can. Looking at the figures, he growled when he realized it was Monoma and Aoyama. What the hell are they doing? Why don't we use this opportunity to take? The green-haired boy was cut off of his thoughts when he heard an eerie voice near him. The symbol of pieces pried down a notch. Izuku turned to the direction of the voice and saw the hand villain has a hand on Komori and Tsuyu's faces. He can see that both girls were scared and he had to do something. You really are a cool guy, Eraserhead. The hand guy said. Izuku looked at his homeroom teacher's location and was shocked on what he saw. He saw Aizawa and Vlad King bloodied, getting pinned by the large bird-faced monster with the former had used his erasure quirk and glared daggers at the hand villain. Izuku then saw Aizawa's elbow was looking like it was decomposing and it hit him. He knew what the villain's quirk is and quickly summoned his muscle mass and sent a punch to the hand villain. "Let go of them," he yelled, sending a punch to the villain. The villain just looked at him and said, "Nomu." Izuku landed the punch and there was an explosion of debris and smoke everywhere. He knew his punch landed, but he was confused why he felt his punch being stopped. When the smoke cleared, his every widened when he saw the bird-faced monster, now known as Nomu, in front of him staring at him, and it looked like it wasn't even hurt. No way. Izuku, Tsuyu, Komori, Shiozaki and Shota all thought in surprise and shock. Izuku had used so much force in that punch and was sure to hurt the man. But the Nomu just tanked it like it was nothing. "Nice punch there," the hand villain said, not even looking at Izuku. The Nomu grabbed his outstretched right arm. Well would have, he was cut off when tendrils began to emerge from the green-haired boy's other hand and transformed it into his blade. The villain was about to order the Nomu when Izuku used his left arm to slice off its arm. Said monster shrieked in pain and was pushed away a couple meters by a punch to the face as Izuku used his muscle mass covered right arm to punch the Nomu's face. Shota used Izuku's distraction to throw a rock at the villain and used his quirk to double the speed and sent the villain tumbling away on impact. Tsuyu and Komori were free from the villain's grasps. Shiozaki pulled them using her vines and ran towards Izuku. Izuku saw them and looked back at the Nomu that was beginning to stand up, its arm beginning to regenerate from bone to muscle to skin. Shock absorption and super regeneration? This thing has two quirks? He thought. "Tsuyu, I want you, Komori and Shiozaki to take Eraserhead Sensei and Vlad King Sensei to the entrance while Shota will cover you using his quirk. I'll handle the Nomu," he said in a serious, commanding tone. His companions' eyes widened at his statement and were about to debate when he retract his muscle mass and blade. "This thing has shock absorption and super regeneration, meaning brute force won't do any damage to it. I'll try to hold it long enough for you guys to escape," he said as he took a step only to be stopped by a tongue wrapped around his arm. "Hey, are you serious? You saw how that thing beat Aizawa Sensei and Vlad King Sensei and just regenerated its arm effortlessly. Ribbit. Midoriya, we can't leave you her." She was cut off when Izuku placed a hand on her shoulder and looked at her with a sad smile. She didn't like that smile. "I saw that. But there's no other way." He paused and removed the tongue that is stopping him. "I'm the class president and it's my job to take care of the class when Aizawa Sensei is unable to. Go take Sensei to safety, and that's an order," he said as he walked towards the Nomu and transformed his arms into claws. "Oh, and by the way." He stopped and looked at her. "Call me Izuku," he said and smiled. Tsuyu couldn't help but smile and quickly pulled the others to the downed heroes. "Is it really a good idea to leave him there with the villains?" asked a concerned Shiozaki, who seemed to have a scared look in her completely calm face. The frog girl looked back at Izuku, who sprinted to the Nomu and exchanged blows with it. She then looked back at the vine-haired girl and nodded. Just that gesture made Shiozaki release her breath that she didn't know she was holding. Tsuyu and Shiozaki held up Aizawa while Komori and Shota held up Vlad King and went to the entrance with one thought in mind. "Be careful, Izuku, Midoriya." Izuku was in battle with the Nomu and boy, he wasn't having an easy fight. The thing not only was strong and bulky as fuck, but also fast, and if he means fast, he means fast. Izuku couldn't land a hit on the thing as it would catch his arms and throw him. Now, Izuku was trying to deal damage to the thing as he swiped his claws to the Nomu's legs and stomach to somehow slow it down. Landing a hit, he backflipped and barely dodged an uppercut from the thing. He wasn't able to form a plan as he lands. Kurogiri created a portal below him, transporting him near in front of the Nomu who had punched him in the stomach and making him stumble towards the plaza. Still feeling winded, he barely dodges a stomp from the Nomu and was getting annoyed of the taunts of Shigaraki, the hand villain. Kurogiri had called him Master Tamura Shigaraki in the middle of the fight. That's how Izuku know his name. He delivered a spinning claws attack, think of it as the fang over fang jutsu in Naruto, to the Nomu when a portal opened once again, redirecting his attack to the fountain, sending him tumbling. "Damn it. He's getting annoying. I need to do something about that guy," he thought as he nursed his lip that was bleeding. But looking at the blood, Izuku saw a memory, not his but Alex's. In the memory, he saw Alex use his claws and crush the head of his target, which happened to be Gentech personnel who had cornered him and used consume to, well, consume him. That was also used on hybrid infected to gain his other abilities. Looking at the Nomu, he wasn't sure if that would also apply to the Nomu. Doing that would be risky but a solid plan to lessen the threat of the League of Villains. And if the plan works, it would only left Shigaraki and Kurogiri. But to do that I need to get close to it, he thought as he punched away a large debris that was targeting his classmates and dodge a portal made below his feet. And I need to deal with Smokey here. As soon as he finished that thought, a large explosion and grunt of pain was heard. Izuku turned to the side and saw Kurogiri getting pinned by Bakugo and Kirishima. Izuku for the first time in his life was happy to see the ash blonde. Shigaraki saw that and ordered the Nomu to attack the duo. Said monster was about to move when a large chunk of ice had stopped it from moving. Huh. Just as I thought, this prick wasn't really that sharp, Bakugo said as he pressed his hand harder to the metal neck of Kurogiri. That bit on your body you used to get all misty and warp gatey just got sealed. Motherfucker. You gonna tell me you don't use that warp gate to hide your body? Huh. If the shadow mist were your true form and you had no actual body, then why would you have called any attack dangerous? Bakugo continued as Kurogiri grunted in pain and tried to escape. The blonde held the metal brace harder. Don't you move. The second you twitch, I'll load you with a nice little explosion right here, right now, he threatened as he released little explosions onto the metal brace. Not a very heroic line there, buddy. Kirishima's sweat dropped. Shigaraki just watch in the side. We've been cornered and what's more, you're all nearly unscathed not counting the green-haired kid. Bakugo, Kirishima and Todoroki looked at Izuku with wide eyes after looking at his current state, which Izuku just ignored. Man, I have to hand it to the kids these days. At this rate the League of Villains will a laughing stock, he said as he looked at the Nomu. Nomu, go ahead and finish the explosion boy over there. We're rescuing our revolving door, he ordered, and the Nomu began moving and cracking the ice, incasing it, then breaking it, freeing itself. The Nomu then stood straight and roared before sprinting towards Bakugo, who froze up looking at the speeding creature. There was an explosion of dust and debris. Shigaraki began laughing maniacally but was cut off when he saw Bakugo on the side of Kirishima fully unscathed and shocked. How? The villain thought. You almost got him there, said a voice in the cloud of dust. As it subsided they all widened their eyes. There they saw Izuku blocking the Nomu's fist with his shield. But thank you for making him come near me. You made my plan easier, the green-haired boy said while having a smirk show in his face. Wait. What plan? The villains thought. They saw Izuku change his empty hand into his claw. Before Shigaraki could order the Nomu to get out of there or attack the kid, Izuku lunged forward with Blacklight-enhanced legs in a burst of speed and hit the creature with his shield, stunning it momentarily and using his clawed hand to stab the Nomu on its exposed brain, making it release a blood-curdling screech and thrash around trying to remove the greenette off it, to no avail. Izuku only deepened the stab and making the creature screech in pain even louder. His classmates almost threw up because of how brutal Izuku was. Hell, even Bakugo was shocked. Go to hell. Consume. Izuku yelled, and he suddenly felt tendrils emerge from his claw and surrounded the head of the creature and his arm. He then felt a something being pulled into his arm as the creature's screech began to fade, same as its body, as it began to soften, turning into tendrils and mixing into Izuku's tendrils. Slowly, the creature was shrinking as it was being consumed by Izuku, who was gritting his teeth, feeling pain as a surge of memories began to enter his brain. After a last yell from Izuku, the Nomu was nowhere to be seen. There left was Izuku on one knee, panting hard, weapons gone, clutching his head as the surge of memories invade his mind. There Izuku saw in the memory, he was in a tank traveling in a ruined street, then he was fighting infected people in a lab, and the most recent memory he could see and saw in a different perspective, a memory of him killing Alex Mercer. There he realized, in the memories, he was James Heller. Shigaraki was flabbergasted. He was staring at the spot where the Nomu was supposed to be. He was shaking in rage. Their weapon against All Might, the symbol of peace, was defeated by a mere kid. This kid. A cheater. A hacker. He ruined the plan. He's going to pay. He was deeply angry. He didn't hear Kurogiri call to him and just bolted toward the vulnerable greenette, stretching out his arm to use his quirk. Decay on the still kneeling kid. He was able to touch the kid's arm and the arm began decomposing. He laughed maniacally when the kid cried out in pain. Like that, kid. That's what a cheater like you get for killing our final boss, Shigaraki said, enjoying the pain-filled scream coming from the green-haired boy. Izuku felt the pain of his decaying arm and it was so damn painful. Let me go. He yelled out to the villain who just pressed harder, making the decaying go faster, and hurt the student even more. Izuku began to feel something in his body that was about to explode and felt it more as the pain increases. The people around Izuku may not notice it, but his once emerald eyes were now a dark crimson color. Not really sure, he yelled, Devastator, and black tendrils exploded from his body. Shigaraki foresaw it and quickly jumped away and saw how it barely didn't hit him. He noticed the greenette was glowing red and began running toward Kurogiri. Kurogiri. We're leaving, he yelled as Izuku screamed loudly, and out of nowhere, 4 red Nomu-like creatures appeared in front of the boy. The creatures roared as they gave chase to the retreating villains. Before the red Nomus could reach the villains, the door of the entrance had been thrown open and entering it was All Might, who for once, was not smiling. Behind him were the teachers and principal of UA alongside Iida, who was panting. They ran toward the downed 13 and evacuated the students near the entrance who were crying. The principal reassured the crying students that they are now safe from danger, calming down the students as they left the facility. As they walked toward the stairs of the central plaza, they noticed Shigaraki entering the purple smoke in haste, and behind him are the red Nomus giving chase. They also saw Kirishima, Bakugo and Todoroki shocked and wide-eyed looking at something, and when they looked at what the 3 students were looking at, there they saw Izuku still clutching his head and screaming in pain. The boy looked horrible. His lip had blood trails but no visible injury, his right arm looked like it had decomposed like Aizawa's, and his hero costume was damaged. When Midnight saw this, she immediately ran down the stairs and toward the screaming boy. Once she was close enough, she ripped out a piece of the sleeves of her costume and used her quirk to calm down Izuku. As the pink smoke reached Izuku, it immediately took effect, calming and stopping his screams. Izuku noticed the pink smoke and quickly looked at the direction of Midnight. There he saw her walking slowly toward him with a worried expression. Izuku tried to walk toward her but felt his knees give out and dropped to one knee. Tendril began to form around his body and sank into him alongside his hero costume, and there left is his gym clothes. Izuku looked at Midnight and gave her a weak smile and mouthed, "Thank you, sensei," before passing out, dropping face first on a pool of blood. However, unnoticed to the people near him, the blood began to soak on Izuku's arm and tendrils appeared, seemingly sucking the blood little by little. In an unknown location, a purple mist portal suddenly appeared and a panting and raging Shigaraki exited the portal. He was grumbling about green-haired cheaters over and over again. As he was muttering, a voice came out from a monitor on the side. "Calm down, Tamura. We were too optimistic about the attack. But you know, it seems that they underestimated us. I'm glad that the League of Villains name is so cheap, incidentally." The voice paused and continued. "What has become of that joint work of sensei's and mine's? Has the Nomu's body not been retrieved?" the voice said, making Shigaraki growl. Seeing that the ash-blue-haired man wasn't gonna answer, Kurogiri was the one to answer the voice. "I'm afraid that the Nomu will never be retrieved. One of the students seems to have a consuming quirk and had absorbed him, not leaving a single limb behind." This caused the voice in the monitor to be quiet for a couple of seconds and responded. "Absorbed, you say? Even though I went as far as loading him with power to rival All Might's," said the voice, making the two wince. "Oh well. Can't be helped. What a shame." Though the voice seems calm, Kurogiri and Shigaraki know that the man was upset. "For now let's relax a bit and let's gather a new group, handpicked for efficiency, and let's take all the time we need," he said as he chuckled darkly. "Remember, we can't move freely. That's why a symbol like you is necessary. Tamura Shigaraki, next time, you must show the world the true horror of your existence," the voice finished as he laughed behind the monitor while Shigaraki clenched his fist, vowing to end the life of All Might and a certain green-haired kid. Back in the USJ, Central Plaza, Midnight had a sad look on her face while looking at Izuku. He was laying on the ground unconscious, soaked with blood and dirt all over his gym uniform. She knew that the boy had done his all to protect his classmates and fight off the villains. You truly are worthy to be called a hero, Midoriya, she thought as she walked towards Izuku to carry him to the entrance. However, she was halted when 4 red Nomu-like creatures appeared and surrounded the unconscious boy in a circle, square, diamond formation. She was about to attack the creatures when said creatures looked at her direction, growling and assuming a protective stance over Izuku's body. She was confused at first, but looking at how the creatures were looking at her it clicked. These creatures, they belonged to Midoriya. Midnight then decided to back away slightly, giving the Nomu-like figures and Izuku space. Said creatures looked at her intently before looking back at Izuku and bowed in front of him. Before Midnight knew it, the creatures turned into mass of flesh and began to look like black and red tendrils and were melting into the boy's body like water to a sponge. After 2 or 3 minutes the creatures vanished completely, only leaving Izuku all alone with the 18+ hero. Confusion and relief surrounded the pro-hero as she walked toward the vulnerable body of the boy. She knelt down and carried the boy towards the staircase near the entrance of USJ. As she walked, she took a glance at the boy in her hands and was surprised to see the once decomposing arm had slowly healed on its own. "Who are you, Izuku Midoriya?" she whispered to the unconscious teen and exited the door where the authorities are present, escorting the captured villains and doing a head count to the students who were looking winded and relieved to see the villains captured. Looking back at the students, Midnight noticed the students looked at the Blacklight user with mixed reactions. All the UA girls looked worried with the exception of Yui Kodai, who had a stoic look on her face. Nirengeki, Kirishima and Iida were looking at Midoriya with a sad expression. Nato Monoma having a smug expression for some reason. Bakugo was glaring at the greenette and Todoroki was looking Midoriya with narrowed eyes. She shrugged at this and gave Midoriya to the medics, who quickly placed the boy on a stretcher and took him to the nearby ambulance. The ambulance quickly left for UA and Midnight just looked at the disappearing form of the ambulance. It's barely a week and the first year's already got attacked. This is gonna be a long year, she thought as she entered the bus to UA alongside the rest of the teachers in UA. 36, 37, 38. Not counting the kid with a damaged arm, said a tall man with short, black hair and somewhat rectangular black eyes wearing a tan overcoat with a matching fedora. He is Detective Naomasa Tsukachi, quirk. Lie detector. Everyone seems to be unharmed, he said as he looked at the students. Ojiro, dude. You were really fired up out there, Toru said to Ojiro, who seemed to have small bruises on his face. Yeah, but I just got lucky. I only used a hit-and-run tactic, and if it weren't for the others with me, I would have a lot more injuries, he said to the invisible girl before asking a question. Where were you the whole time, Hagakure? Asked the tailed boy, getting attention from the other girls. I was in the landslide zone with Todoroki and manga. Man, Todoroki was so strong, she said as she points at Todoroki. Said bi-colored hair boy inwardly blanched. Good thing I didn't accidentally froze her, he thought as he looked at the road where the ambulance had drove off. He was still shocked when Midoriya single-handedly defeated the Nomu, where both Eraserhead and Vlad King had a hard time defeating it. And just where do you think I was? Aoyama asked his classmates, who completely ignored him. Seeing this he looked at Tsuyu and placed a hand in her shoulder. And just where do you think I was? He repeated the question. Where? Said the frog girl. It's a secret, he said as sparkles came out of nowhere, while looking at a random direction and winking. Tsuyu, who like her classmates, ignored the armor-clad blonde as the detective talked. For the time being, you all need to head back to the classroom. We can't just go straight into police questioning naturally, he said, earning a nod from the majority of the students. Hey, detective. How is Aizawa-sensei? Tsuyu asked, then Kendo too. And Vlad King-sensei? Said the class president of 1B. Well, Aizawa's arms are riddled with comminuted fractures, and is suffering from facial fractures as well. Thankfully, out of sheer luck he didn't receive any brain damage. As for Vlad King, he suffered from severe quirk exhaustion, fractured jaw and 3 broken ribs. Luckily, he didn't got any punctured organs. He paused and put down his phone. Or so I've been told, he said, causing Tsuyu and Kendo to look down in worry. As for 13, I fear her back and upper arms have sustained serious lacerations. That being said, her vitals appear to be stable, he said. Ochako stepped forward. And Izuku, she said, worrying for the green-haired boy. This caused the other girls, Tsuyu, Mina, Toru, Shiozaki, Komori, to come closer to hear news about Izuku. "How's Midoriya?" asked Nirengeki, who was worried for the guy who had helped him and his classmates escape the villains. The detective thought for a bit. "Midori, oh, seems he's in the infirmary," he said as he called another officer to take care of the rest as he walked to All Might, who had been quiet this whole time. Looks like we have to focus on fortifying our security across the board," Principal Nezu said, holding his chin with his paw. "As a quirk, warping is exceptionally rare. It's really too bad it fell into the hands of the villain side," Midnight said as she gripped her whip tightly. With Izuku, Midoriya can be seen sleeping in a hospital bed in the infirmary in Ua. However, while his body was sleeping peacefully, his mind was wide awake. And he found himself in a very familiar rooftop, the rooftop where he first got his quirk. The rooftop where he met his predecessor and the first person to ever believe him, Alex Mercer. However, unlike the last time he was there, he didn't see Alex standing on the edge but a different person. The person was a tall man with a muscular build, shaved, bald head, and had a scar over his left eyebrow. He was wearing a light gray undershirt, a simple black hoodie with a red interior, a dark olive jacket with a protruding collar, black fingerless gloves, a brown leather belt, dark blue jeans, and combat boots. The man was James Heller, the person who was able to kill Alex Mercer. Looking at the man, Izuku can feel a sense of authority coming from him, and somewhat a sense of familiarity can be felt as he looked at the man, who was also looking at him with a serious expression. Before Izuku say a single word, pain erupted on his head. He flinched and clutched his head. It hurt like hell. And the place began to glitch out of existence, unnoticed by the greenette. It took 2 minutes before the pain subsided. Izuku then remembered the person in front of him. He then lifted his head only to see that he was no longer on the rooftop. He was now in the classroom. Confused, he looked around and saw a blonde guy that looked like a younger version of present Mike talking to a guy with light blue, wavy hair that was swept back to flow upwards above his head, 2 shorter, ear-length tufts left hanging downwards to frame his face, and has a bandage across the bridge of his nose. Said guy looked at him and smiled at him. As that happened, another headache rocked him. He closed his eyes and clutched his throbbing head as the place glitched out of existence once more. Still clutching his head, the pain vanished. He then felt a tingling feeling seemingly entering his body. It felt familiar yet foreign to the greenette. As the mysterious feeling entered his body, his quirk activated and his arms began sprouting red and black tendrils, wrapping his upper limbs. As it tightens, his arms formed into what looks like a version of the muscle mass, which appeared to have thick veins and has a glowing red appearance. A voice then echoed in his head. "This is called tendrils mid to long range and lets you use it to capture and pull your targets. And the ability you used is called Pack Leader. Lets you summon a pack of 3 to 5 hunters to fight alongside you. The hunters are the red hulking creatures that you summoned recently. Train hard and use these abilities wisely, kid. Until we meet again," the gruff voice said as everything went black. After a while, he opened his eyes and Izuku found himself in a hospital bed. He looked around the place and quickly realized that he was in the school's infirmary. As he tried to get up from bed, a surge of pain spread from his head to his body and to his bandaged arm. "Damn it. I got carried away and used too much biomass," he cursed himself as he winced at the pain on his arm. "And let my guard down." Izuku just breathed in and out, trying to ease the pain. Doing so, he remembered his dream and tried to lift his other hand, which he did successfully. He began channeling his quirk on his arm and the black and red tendrils began wrapping his arm and transformed into the tendrils. He analyzed his transformed arm and found that using it felt like the muscle mass, just a lot more lighter. "So this is the tendrils, feels easier to use, but I'd still prefer the muscle mass," he thought as he flexed his 3 fingers. He quickly pulled back his biomass and tried to make do the pack leader, though not really sure how he did it. Izuku remembered himself scream his throat out in USJ to summon the hunters. Izuku was about to try to summon the hunters. Unfortunately for him, he ended up coughing harshly. His throat feels sore and it irritated him. The door of the room suddenly opened and there enters Recovery Girl. She looked at Izuku and sighed in relief. And with a bit of disappointment. "Good thing you're awake, Sonny," she said as she walked towards the bed. "How are you feeling?" she asked as she took a folder on top of the nightstand. "I'm okay, I guess." Just tired and hungry. My arms still sting and my head is killing me, ow. Just as he finished talking he was hit by a cane on the head, courtesy of the elder woman with him. The only one killing you will be me if you keep pushing yourself to situations that you shouldn't be in, she exclaimed as she kept hitting the poor boy on the head who used the little biomass he had to use shield to try to block the school nurse swings. Keyword. Try. Ow. I'm sorry. I couldn't help it. If I didn't ow. Aizawa sensei and Vlad King would have died ow. Stop hitting ow. My leg. Insert SpongeBob meme here. Izuku cried in pain as he tried to block the hits. After 5 minutes of hitting and attempting on blocking, Izuku sat up and was given his protein bars to replenish his lost biomass and gummies to gain his stamina back as Recovery Girl heals him. She forbidden him to use his quirk since he still needs to recover the lost biomass or his body will ache like hell. Completely healed up, Izuku went home and was tackled by a wild Inko Midoriya who was crying her eyes out. He comforted his crying mother and reassured her that Izuku was okay, which she just sighed and gave her son a small smile. After 1 day since the day after the attack was temporarily closed, Izuku was walking towards his classroom from the nurse office. He went to UA early to get his bandaged arm check. Even with his enhanced healing he still needs a professional to check his arm. Getting a good result. Recovery Girl gave him the permission to go to class and to use his quirk again. As he entered the classroom, he almost fell down as Ochako, Tsuyu, Mina and Toru tackled him into a hug. They were worried sick to see Izuku getting carried to an ambulance. Izuku blushed at the sudden contact and had to fight an urge of fainting. Tsuyu thanked Izuku for saving her from the Nomu and Izuku just waved it off and said it was what a hero would do, then smiled to the frog girl, who blushed at his bright aura. This however, left a very jealous Ochako, Toru, and Mina. A slightly one on Momo, an amused look from Kirishima and a glare from Bakugo. As Izuku and the girls sat down, Iida stood up and went to the front of the class. All right everyone, listen. It's time for the morning's homeroom period. Take your seats, everyone, the blue-haired teen said as he stiffly motioned arms. Izuku's sweat dropped at this. We are in our seats, you're the one who's not. Siro said, causing the majority of the class to chuckle at the bluenet, who had just realized that what the tape user had said was right. Iida quickly went to his seat and sat down with a gloom expression. Hey, Tsuyu, which teacher do you think would be meeting us today? Mina asked Tsuyu, who just happened to be sitting behind her. Said Frog Girl placed a finger on her chin and thought for a bit. Well, Mr. Aizawa is severely wounded. He is probably hospitalized, she said to the pink girl, but as soon as she said that, the door of the classroom opened and there they saw a man whose face was covered in bandages and his arms in casts. Good morning. The figure said, making the whole class gasp when they realized who the figure was. Aizawa sensei, you're already back. The whole class erupted, surprised to see their teacher. That's beyond pro, Kaminari said, blanching at Aizawa, who started to limp to the front of the class. Sensei. You're all right, Iida said as he stiffly raised his hand. Can you really call that all right? Ochako said, wincing at Aizawa's injuries. As soon as Aizawa is at the center, he faced them. Don't concern yourselves over me. After all, the battle hasn't really ended for you yet. After Aizawa said that, the whole class stiffened. More villains, more fighting? You don't mean? Aizawa's bandaged face opened slightly for his eyes to be visible. UA's sports festival is approaching, boys and girls. The bandaged hero said, smirking underneath the bandages as the whole class face vaulted before yelling. Oh yeah, this is a school, a sports festival. Keep forgetting this is an actual school. Echoed the voice of Kirishima and Kaminari. Wait, hold up. That sounds like something villains would try to infiltrate, isn't it? Will it be alright? Said a confused, worried Jiro, earning a nod from Izuku and Momo. Aizawa just shook his head. On the contrary, since we're going ahead with the festival, it means that the school is confident it has all its ducks in a row when it comes to its crisis control now. He paused for a bit then continued. I hear police presence will be 5 times bigger than normal, for example. What would you should be thinking about is what huge chance the Academy's sport festival presents you all. This isn't some event that'll be brought to a halt by the likes of villains. He said, looking at the class then at Izuku for a little longer and back to topic. Our sports festival is one of Japan's biggest events. In days past, the Olympics was the sports festivity that whipped all the nations into a froth of enthusiasm. But now, as you know, the extent and population have shrunk and it's lost a lot of substance. So what has taken the place of the Olympics in Japan is the UA Sports Festival, he finished as Momo perked up. The country's top heroes will sure be watching us, it's because they'll be scouting for us, she said as Aizawa nodded at her statement. I'm thinking I might follow the tactic of going sidekick for a pro heroes squad after graduating, Kaminari said to Jiro, who just smirked at him. But there are loads of people who get stuck as sidekicks forever and miss their chance to break out as solo heroes, she said as her smirk widened. And you seem like that kind of dumbass, Kaminari, she said while chuckling, remembering how the electric teen became stupid after using his quirk. This made the blonde earn a gloom expression. Naturally, entering the squad of a famous hero will get you higher status and more experience. Remember, time is limited. If you get noticed by a pro, that gives you the standing for a brighter future than otherwise. This is the chance you'll get only once a year, for a total of 3 chances. If you aim to be a hero, this is an event you can't overlook. The final statement caused the WHO class to have serious and determined expressions. Noonday break. I mean, I knew it was coming, but now I feel like the tension is flying sky high, Kirishima exclaimed. If we put in the effort and stand out to a pro, it'll be a giant leap forward, Siro said. Izuku just looked at the group with a surprised look on his face. Wow, everyone's so pumped, he said as a hand landed on his shoulder. Don't you feel it, too? Iida said to the greenette as he let go of his shoulder and began dancing awkwardly. You're enrolled in UA to become a hero, so getting fired up is only natural, Midoriya. Izuku's sweat dropped at his friend. Those are some unique dance moves you got there, Iida, Tsuyu said as she, Mina and Toru stood up their seats. Izuku. Iida. A low voice can be heard. Let's crush it. The sports festival. The two looked at the direction to see Ochako in a very, very serious look on her face, very far from the Ochako that Izuku knew. Ochako. Your face, Izuku said to the girl. What's up with her? Uraraka's being kinda, not Uraraka, Mina said to Tsuyu, earning a shrug from the frog girl. Ochako then stomped his way to the group and raised his hand in the air. Guys, I'm gonna go for it, she said, still in her serious expression. Woo. But, you're kinda out of character. Kirishima also raised his arm in the air while sporting a sweat drop. Turns out, Ochako wants to be a hero to earn money for her parents. She was shameful about it at first, but after Izuku and Iida told her it was okay and it was really heroic of her to think of her parents before herself, she stopped doubting herself. They were on their way to the cafeteria. Izuku was stopped by a voice. Ooh. There you are, young Midoriya. They looked at the owner of the voice and it was All Might. Iida and Ochako were surprised to see All Might while Izuku was confused that All Might was looking for him. Would you care to eat lunch with me? He said as he pulled out a small bento box. Ochako laughed at the hero. He's like a teenage girl. Izuku heard from Recovery Girl that All Might was very guilty of being late for UA, that his time in his muscle form ran out. Izuku was still upset from what the #1 hero said to him back then, but thinking how the hero is doing his best to seek the greenette's trust again, Izuku will try to forgive him. In a slow pace, but will still be forgiving the hero. Sure, Izuku said as he waved at Iida and Ochako, before he followed All Might. At the cafeteria, Iida and Ochako were in line and talking about Izuku. What's going on with Izuku and All Might, Iida? The brunette asked the tall boy. Said boy thought for a bit and answered. All Might must have heard that it was Midoriya who defeated the Nomu and drove off the villains. It's probably something to do with that, Iida explained to the brown-haired girl. So he might have taken some interest in him. Ochako just nodded at this and just continued to stay in line. Unknown to them, a pair of heterochromia eyes were looking at them, silently listening to their conversation. In the teacher's lounge, Izuku and All Might silently drink tea. It was awkward at first, both not knowing what to say to each other. But after a couple of minutes, All Might started the conversation by apologizing to the green-haired teen, which Izuku said to the hero that he is willing to trust him, but forgiving him will take time. All Might understood this and is willing to work his ass off to be forgiven. Izuku then told the hero how he got his quirk, excluding the part that it came from Alex Mercer of course, and how he trained his quirk to master it. All Might became guilty again knowing the reason that Izuku jumped the building was his fault, but Izuku just waved it off. After drinking tea, All Might looked at the boy and inwardly nodded to himself. He then suddenly stood up surprising the boy who almost spilled his tea. Izuku looked at the hero with raised eyebrows. Here goes nothing. Young Midoriya, I would like you to inherit my quirk, he said to the boy had wide eyes. What? After class as the rest of the class packed their things up, Izuku can be seen in his seat deep in thought. The sports festival is coming closer and he just unlocked another abilities after the USJ incident. He was thinking of training his newly gained ability when the thought of what All Might had offered him came in his mind. Flashback, I'm sorry, All Might. Can you repeat what you just said? I think I just heard you offer your quirk to me, Izuku said as he cleaned his ear. He could have swore he just heard the number one hero offered him to inherit the man's quirk. All Might just sighed. You heard me right, young Midoriya, he said as he looked at the greenette who was looking even shocked. Why me? Why do you chose me? Izuku said as he lowered his head, not really getting the point of this whole conversation. Back in the entrance exams, I saw you run after the zero-pointer to save young Uraraka even if it doesn't benefit you. And in USJ, you let your classmates and sensei escape as you hold of the villains. Just by looking at those actions, I can really tell that you are worthy to inherit my strength. He paused to look at Izuku who was looking at him now before he continued. It's the power to transfer power and the name of that vaunted ability to which I've been entrusted is none other than One for All. One for All, Izuku repeated in a whisper. Yes, young Midoriya. A quirk passed down from generation to generation. In doing so brave hearts with unwavering calls to save lives can burnish this might. All Might paused to look at the boy then continued. So young Midoriya, would you accept my quirk to save lives? He asked the now deep in thought boy. Izuku thought about how it would help him gain extra power. It will make him a lot stronger, and in addition to his current quirk, it'll make him unstoppable. Just thinking about it made him smirk, but quickly removed the smirk when he remembered how Alex entrusted him with the Blacklight. Alex believed in him with the power of the Blacklight virus now turned quirk. He remembered how he trained his ass off to master his quirk and after what happened in USJ he have new abilities to master thanks to James. And inheriting One for All, a lot more training is needed. Not that his complaining but looking at what All Might had just told him, if he were to accept the quirk, he would have his hands full. He would practically be like All Might. Would he even want to be like All Might? Would he even want to inherit One for All? After thinking about it in a few more moments, he nodded to himself and raised his head to meet All Might's gaze. He looked at the man's eyes with pure determination. That's a great offer, All Might. It would be an honor to inherit the quirk of the symbol of peace himself. He paused when he saw All Might smile. Izuku sighed and continued. But I'm sorry, I can't accept your quirk. As he said that All Might's smile faded and a look of sadness and confusion showed in his face. It didn't felt right to Izuku to see All Might rejected. You see, I just got my quirk not even a year ago. There is still a lot of things and abilities that I need to learn and master. If I get your quirk, no one would know what will happen to my body. Both quirks are in me. I hope you understand. He paused to breathe and quickly continued. And I think there are others who you might know would be more worthy than I am. Izuku stood up from his seat and bowed to the hero and slowly began walking towards the door. Before he opened the door, he looked back to All Might's direction. I'm sorry for wasting your time. But if you had offered me back when I was still quirkless, I wouldn't hesitate in accepting you quirk. He said as he opens the door and exited the room not noticing All Might's eyes widen in the word. Quirkless. Thank you for hearing me out young Midoriya, and thanks to you I knew exactly who my new successor would be. All Might whispered to himself as he took out his phone and called an old friend he hadn't talked in a long time. End of flashback. Izuku began packing his stuff to his backpack as he sighed remembering All Might's sad face. It made him felt bad. He was invited to eat with the hero and even got offered the quirk of the number one hero. But just ended up rejecting the offer and wasting the man's time. He had a reason to reject the man, but it didn't really made him felt better. What the heck? Izuku was snapped out of his trance when he heard Ochako's voice in the exit of the classroom. There he saw what caused the girl's reaction. In the exit, he saw a mob of students looking at their class and talking to each other. They were blocking the way and it kind of caused a hard time for their class. As the class president, he took his backpack and went to the exit to confront the crowd. "Excuse me? Can you kindly move aside? You guys are blocking the exit and we all had a long day, we need to go home and rest," Izuku said as kindly as he can. Seeing that the crowd didn't move, he asked again. And not to sound rude, why are you crowding the exit? What do you need? As soon as Izuku finished that question, Bakugo walked past him, bumping into him. "They're obviously scoping out competition, idiot," the ash blonde said in his calm voice. "They want to see the people who came through the villain ambush. They're checking us out before the big battle, asshole," said Bakugo, who continued walking. Izuku had to stop the urge to kick the guy in the head. Also, it wasn't just them, Class 1B was also there. "It's pointless to try, so why don't you just fuck off, ya goddamn mob," Bakugo said to the crowd, which made Izuku pinch the bridge of his nose. The blonde had to make Class 1A look bad. As Iida reprimanded Bakugo for his disrespectful comment, a voice echoed in the crowd. "I came to see what you kids are made of, true, but I didn't think you'd be this arrogant," said the voice. Izuku looked to see a tall boy with messy, indigo-colored hair that flared out in large tuft around his head and had bags under his eyes, making him look similar to Aizawa-sensei. "Are all the kids enrolled at the heroics department like this?" the tall boy asked. Izuku just gave him a shake of his head and mouthed, "Just him," while pointing at Bakugo, who looked pissed off. The tall boy saw Izuku's response and nodded slightly. "There's lots of kids who wind up in the general education department or other departments because they failed the heroics." He paused and looked at Bakugo's constipated faces. "And based on the results of the sports festival, people can be even come under review to be transferred to heroic. And the reverse is also a possible outcome." That caught Izuku's attention. If this guy could do great in the sports festival, he would be transferred to the hero course. And by looking at the guy, he gives of an aura that reminds Izuku of Aizawa, a hero that fights quirkless. Scoping out the competition. If nothing else, a general ed kid like me is thinking, "Hey, why don't I try pulling the rug out from under those heroics kids while they're on their high horses?" He smirked at us and continued. "Consider this a declaration of war." Izuku smirked at the boy's courage. He had a lot of balls to step up and declare war to the hero course. Before the angry Pomeranian could strangle the general ed kid and Tetsu could voice his thoughts, Izuku stepped forward in front of the sleep-deprived-looking teen. "While I would love to accept your declaration of war, I would instead root for you and all the other kids to do your bests in the sports festival." Izuku's statement caught some confusion in the crowd, even his own class. Seeing the confusion, he simply smiled and pointed at the seat behind Bakugo, which was his old seat before he moved to the seat in front of Momo after Manetta's expulsion. I forgot to mention this after Chapter 6, it probably slipped my mind. You see, Class 1A is low on one student because of the recent expulsion in the first day of class. This made a certain grape-haired boy that is blended in the crowd flinch and the other students perk up. "So that means, one of you did well in the sports festival, the possibility of getting in the hero course is high. As class president of Class 1A, I wish you all good luck in the incoming sports festival." Izuku bowed to the crowd and smiled. The crowd seems to like Izuku's statement and slowly dispersed. Before leaving, the tall boy smiled at Izuku and nodded at Izuku, who returned the nod. As the crowd left the classroom, the class admired Izuku's way of calming the situation before it could even turn out badly. Bakugo just left the classroom growling at Izuku for stepping in. Izuku left the classroom with Ochako, Iida and Sue before going in separate ways in the train station. He had thought about the sports festival. He always watched the sports festival and was always amazed on the quirks that were showed in the event. He became nervous and excited at the same time. The sports festival was an event that would let him let loose in using his quirk. Needless to say, he was ready for the sports festival and he knew that he would kick ass. Only time would tell how. Day of the sports festival. At the entrance of UA, another crowd of reporters are lined up to enter the premises. The same reporter who attempted to enter the gates stood there boredly. "The security at the entrance is taking forever," she annoyingly said, another reporter who just wore a deadpan look at the woman. "It's because they're being extremely rigorous after the villain attack. Lots of folks are voicing super critical thoughts toward the event this year," he said to the woman, who made a complete 180 in her emotions, from bored, annoyed to enthusiastic. Awesome. Controversy equals ratings, man, and this year, all eyes will be on Class 1A. The woman said as she pumped her fist in the air, making the man's sweat drop on her sudden change of emotions and completely forgetting Class 1B was also attacked. As the reporters enter the building, after an hour people who will watch the event began to arrive the campus. So does the pro heroes who will watch to scout for the internships and will act as security, attempting to stop any attack that would happen. In the waiting room of Class 1A, conversations arise as others sat on their seats, either excited, nervous or bored. Izuku did a bit of stretching and looked at the clock and nodded to himself. He walked towards his class. All right, everyone. Are your preparations complete? Be ready, we're set to go to the stadium anytime now. Do what you need to do, go to the restroom or do some stretching. He said to his classmates who just nodded at him. Iida, Kirishima, Sato, Ojiro and Shoji did some stretching while Shiro and Kaminari went to the restroom. The rest just sat and talked to each other. Damn, I really wanted to wear my costume today, Mina said while pouting, making Izuku chuckle at the childish behavior of one of his classmate. We aren't allowed to wear our costumes to even the playing field for the other classes, Ojiro said mid-stretch. As this was happening, Todoroki began walking toward Izuku, who resting his head on the wall with his eyes closed. Midoriya, said the bi-color-haired boy as he stood 6 feet away from him. Izuku opened his eyes to look at Todoroki. What is it, Todoroki? Do you need anything? Said the greenette who looked at the heterochromia boy with a raised eyebrow. Bakugo, who was just sitting in the corner of the room, noticed this and looked at the two boys with a blank expression. On an objective basis, let's say you are stronger than me, Todoroki said, completely ignoring Izuku's question. Said boy just gave him a confused look which can be read as I know I'm stronger than you, but what's the point of this conversation? Look. You've managed to get All Might's eyes on you, right? I feel no pry into that, but... He paused and looked at the greenette with narrowed eyes and continued. I'm going to beat you. Kaminari, who just entered the room and heard most of the conversation, spoke up. Oh ho! What's this? A declaration of war from the second strongest kid in class to the strongest. This statement made Bakugo's blank expression morph into a dark look as he glared daggers at the two said strongest in the class. Izuku had his head slightly tilted down with his hair shadowing his eyes. Looking at this, Kirishima walked toward Todoroki and placed a hand on his shoulder. What's with this aggression all of a sudden? Don't spring this on him right before. He was cut off when his hand was shook off by white, red-haired teen. I'm not here to play nice and make friends, but whatever, he said as he walked away. Before he could go far, Izuku began to talk. I have no idea on what you want from me and telling me that you're going to beat me, Izuku said, making the Todoroki look back at him who still had his hair blocking his eyes. All I can say is you chose the wrong person to declare war against. Look around, Todoroki. Everyone in this room had probably trained their quirks and bodies. And everyone here wants to reach the top. This caused the whole class to look at the two teens with determination in their eyes. And to answer your declaration of war. Izuku slowly raised his head and channeled Blacklight to his eyes. Todoroki was his emerald eyes shift into dark crimson, comparable to Aizawa's eyes when using a quirk. I accept, but you need to come at me with everything you got. Because I won't lose to a person who uses a half of their power. Todoroki swore he saw a spark in Izuku's eyes as he said those words, and Bakugo gritted his teeth. After a minute of stare down, Class 1A had been called to the stadium. With a last look on Todoroki, Izuku deactivated his quirk and told his class to go to the stadium. At the end of the tunnel of the stadium, Present Mike's voice echoed. The UA Sports Festival, where the hero worlds inchoate little zygotes aim for each other's throats, and the top. Our grand yearly melee. The crowd raised in cheers. And let me guess, all you folks came to see them, right? The freshly formed stars that shrugged off a mass villain assault with wills of steel. The crowd once again go in cheers. From the Department of Heroics freshman class, you're here for Class 1A and Class 1B, right? The crowd popped out in cheers as Class 1A has been mentioned and quickly lessened in the mention of Class 1B. Said classes tensed and flinched in the amount of people in the stadium. Izuku awed in disbelief in the amount of onlookers that attended this year. It wasn't this many last year he watched in TV. As Present Mike announced the other classes, the cheers slowly lessened and it annoyed the other students. Now, fair play. A voice and a sound of a whip or whatever that sound was had caught Izuku's attention. On a pedestal, there standing the R-rated hero, Midnight. The crowd began to talk to themselves. Hey, check it out, if it isn't the R-rated hero, Midnight. She's the chief referee for the freshman stage this year. Where's the principal? As usual, he's overseeing the senior stage. Wait, did you say, R-rated hero? Even though this is a high school? Is that really okay? Tokiyami voiced out his concern. Silence. My tenure here is perfectly on the level. Midnight childishly, annoyingly exclaimed as she struck her whip, making the students quiet down. Now, player representative, she said as she looked at our green-haired protagonist. Izuku Midoriya of 1A, said Teen flinched a little, surprised for being called out and quickly made his way to the pedestal. What? Why the heck is Deku the representative? Bakugo yelled, causing Jiro and Shoji to flinch on his loud voice. Well, he did placed first in the entrance exam, remember? Zero pointed out, not really making the blonde any calmer. Yeah, the heroics entrance exam, said a Gen Ed student sarcastically. Izuku stood in front of the mic and took a deep breath as he looked at the crowd and the students lined up. Sensei, I pledge to do my best. He paused and sighed one more time before continuing. For the majority of my life, I was quirkless. For the majority of my life, I had been bullied, laughed at and beaten up just for not having a quirk. This caused the crowd to gasp and silence shrouded the stadium. Inko, who was watching in their house, began crying and asking for forgiveness for not knowing. All of that I had experience for 10 years, and to a point where one of my bullies told me to take a swan dive off of a rooftop. That caused the crowd to gasp once more and Bakugo flinched, which didn't went unnoticed by Momo and Jiro. Tempted as I was to do just that, someone believed in me, someone told me that I can be a hero. That I can be a hero if I wanted to be. The day he believed in me is the same day I got my quirk. Izuku smiled, half-truth being spilled. He thought about Alex and how he believed in him. That's why I made a vow to be the greatest hero that I can be. He paused and looked at all the students. That's why it doesn't matter what course you are in, be heroics, general education, support or business. If you believe in yourself, you can all be heroes. Believe in yourself, like how I believe in all of you. There is a spot vacant in the hero course. So if you want to take it, then go beyond plus. Ultra, the students and crowd said in unison as Izuku smiled at them and went down the pedestal, passing Bakugo, who was still shaking for some reason. That was so manly, yelled Kirishima and Tetsu in unison as they shed manly tears. Midnight looked at Izuku and smiled internally at the boy's strong will and presence. All right, with that out of the way, we can directly onto our first event, the hero said as the screen behind her lit up. Onto the preliminaries, as they called it, lots of fine folks choking on their tears here every year. And this year's first round of Destiny is, she continued, this. She's actually not being all that brisk, is she? Jiro deadpanned as the screen showed the words, obstacle race. An obstacle race, Izuku said looking at the screen as the gates opened. It's a race between all 11 classes. The course makes a nearly 4 kilometers ring around this stadium. We always sing about our freedom on campus, foo. Midnight said as the students began to shift on their places to face the opened gate. Well, this is what it's all about. You're free to do anything as long as you remain within the course. So let's get cracking. On your marks, she said as the lights on the top of the gate shift from red to yellow. All Class 1A students began to show a look of determination. Izuku began channeling his quirk on his feet. This is it, for Alex, for Mom, and most importantly, for myself, Izuku thought to himself as he readied to run to the next chapter, to the gates. The GATESSS. As the lights shift to green, horns were heard as Midnight's voice echoed in the whole stadium. Start. So let's get cracking. On your marks, Midnight said as the lights on the top of the gate shift from red to yellow. All Class 1A students began to show a look of determination. Izuku began channeling his quirk on his feet. This is it, for Alex, for Mom, and most importantly, for myself, Izuku thought to himself as he readied to run to the next chapter, to the gates. The GATESSS. As the lights shift to green, Horns were heard as Midnight's voice echoed in the whole stadium. Start. As the gates opened, noises of feet stomping on the ground were so loud as soon as everyone was gunning it through the narrow tunnel. Izuku noticed that the start gate was too narrow to fit everyone. And just as he noticed that, students were banging to each other. Getting squished, and someone's gonna get hurt soon. Okay, here's the play-by-play. Are you ready to do the commentary, Mummy Man? Sitting beside Present Mike is a bandaged eraser head. The bandages were wrapped around his head, but his eyes were left uncovered. A glare can be seen in the mummified hero. You're the one who forced me to come. Aizawa groaned while still looking at the noisiest hero beside him. Let's go right away, Mummy Man. What should we pay attention to in the early stages? The noisy hero said, completely ignoring Aizawa's glare. Aizawa was silent for a second before he said, "This part right, now," he said as he looked at the tunnel. Meanwhile in the tunnel, you can hear every student shouting, "Hey, hey, this is too narrow." Similar words can be heard from the other students. Everyone was hurting and sweating as they continued to move forward, step by step. As the other students yelped in pain, Izuku noticed that there was a ceiling in the tunnel and immediately thought of a plan. He needed to jump up to use wall crawling. But with a narrow space jammed with students, he needs a boost. He looked around the squirming crowd and saw something, or someone. He saw a familiar patch of purple balls, his former classmate. The guy was short and he thought he could use him as a boost. Izuku quietly said his apologies and stepped on the patch of purple ball and jumped to the ceiling. He heard the purple midget yelp in pain. Using wall crawling, he attached to the ceiling using his hands and feet, then quickly ran his way to the exit of the gates. While he was above everyone, he heard the students yelling and groaning as they tried to move to no avail. He even heard Bakugo curse someone from Class 1B. Probably Monoma. Izuku was near the exit when he saw Todoroki exit the gate. Our first filter. The dual-haired boy said as he sprinted his way out of the gate while freezing the ground, along with the other students. Ow. What the hell, I can't move. Brr, brr. You bastard. Izuku heard from the other participants who were unlucky to be literally frozen in place. He was lucky to be able to stick on the ceiling. Looking down he saw all of his classmates unaffected by the frozen ice field. Exiting the gate, Izuku used glide to propel himself away from the gate. You'll have to try harder than that, Todoroki. Izuku yelled as he landed on the ice field and channeled his quirk on his feet to sprint past the ice user, almost knocking Ice Boy off balance. We won't let you get away that easy, half and half, Deku. Bakugo yelled as he angrily propelled himself to above the frozen students. He was followed by the rest of his class who used their quirk to jump past the frozen ground. Momo used her quirk to make a long metal pole to vault over the other participants. Kirishima used his hardening to shatter the ice he was trapped in. Mina using her acid on her feet to melt the ice and skate. And Ojiro used his tail to hop over the ice field. Well, obviously some of you in my class were gonna make it past. But more of you were able to dodge than I thought. Todoroki said as he continued running after Izuku, who was still in front of him. He gritted his teeth on the greenette's speed. However, Izuku didn't look back. He was too focused on running when he heard a voice coming from behind him. He looked back and saw the same midget chasing after him, hopping from ball to ball. Come back here, you bastard, the grape kid said while speeding towards Izuku. He was clearly pissed about what Izuku did earlier. I'll show you not to mess with me. My killer move, he said as he grabbed two balls off his head and made a throwing pose. Grape arg. He was cut off as a robot hand slapped him away from Izuku. The midget was sent tumbling across the course. Izuku immediately recognized the robot that hit the grape face from the entrance exams. Target detected. Multiple, the robot said as it blocked the way. Here comes the obstacles, and so suddenly, and from the very outset the first barrier will be Robo Inferno. Present Mike's voice echoes as the Zero stood there menacingly. It's the villain bot that was worth 0 points in the entrance exam. Hold on, you're telling me the hero department kids had to fight those things? There's way too many to slip past them, the other students said as they look at the robots with fear, worry and shock. So it's these villain bots they used for these kinds of trials in general, huh? Todoroki said while analyzing the situation. Where do they get the money for all of this? Momo said as she looked at the pile of robots. Izuku was ready to attack the robots when a pillar of ice stopped the robots from moving, but looking at the angle of the robot, he knew that it was going to fall onto them. He had to do something quick before the robot falls. He stopped them. "We can get through between the legs, come on." Two general ed students shouted, suggesting to all of the other students to run towards the direction where the ice user went. "I wouldn't do that if I were you. I froze it when they're unbalanced," Todoroki said as the robots began toppling down the students. The students screamed in fear, only to hear a sound of metal hitting each other. When they look up, they saw the faux villain vertically sliced in half, falling down separately, landing on the sides of the students with its parts scattered everywhere. "Not a very heroic move, Todoroki," Izuku as he landed in front of the shell-shocked students. "Are you guys okay?" he asked to the students, who just absent-mindedly nod. He nod and run towards Todoroki. Todoroki and Midoriya of Class 1A attacked and defended in one hit. "How elegant," Present Mike exclaimed as the crowd rode in amazement by the show of power by the two strongest in 1A. Todoroki's the first one through, followed by Midoriya. He stood up from his seat and gave Eraserhead a thumbs up. "Your students are amazing, Mummy Man. It's, practically unfair," he said as he looked at the show of strength by the two students. "Their moves are logical and strategic," Aizawa said tiredly, but mentally he smirked at his students' performance. As expected from someone who got in through recommendations and someone who got first in the entrance exams. The loud hero shouted. Todoroki never fought them before, but those Robo Infernos couldn't get up from his elite moves. While Midoriya encountered them in the exams, already know how to fight them. "So, that's the son of Endeavor. As expected from the number 2 hero," said a civilian whose jaws are dropped from what he saw on the screen. "That Midoriya kid destroyed the robot like it was nothing. What power," said a pro hero, which caught the attention of a certain rabbit hero who looked at the screen with curiosity. "Midoriya," she thought as she watched our greenette use his blade to slice the robot in half, his blade passing through the robot like butter. "Interesting," she said as she smirked. At the course, Izuku was shredding and tearing through the robots as they seemingly spawned from out of nowhere, like an RKO, programmed to terminate their targets. All of the first-year students. He was hitting and running when he heard cracking and tearing of metal from behind him. When he looked back, he saw Kirishima emerge from a robot while using his quirk, hardening. Then another crack was beside the hardened boy and revealed to be Tetsu. Skin covered in metal. Must be his quirk. As those two were destroying and running on the robot's detached arm, Izuku saw Bakugo use his explosion quirk to go up one of them. "Bakugo!" Denki called out as they watched him avoiding the robot's fists and kept on going over. "Class 1A's Bakugo. Since the bottom's blocked, he goes above. Clever," Present Mike announced, complimenting the ash blonde who landed on the robot's head. Then soon all of Class 1A went through. As the students destroy and pass the Robo Inferno, Present Mike's voice echoed at the field. Hey, first course is a piece of cake. If that's so, then what about the second?" As soon as everyone got through the first barrier, they all stopped at the next one. Ochako, Mina, Tsuyu and Toru were in shock. Why? Looking at the second course, they saw a very large pit. There were ropes attached to large pillars. Simple rules. You fall, you're out. If you don't wanna, then crawl. "This is the fall," exclaimed the teacher who acts as an MC, calling the second stage of the obstacle course. Everyone stopped running in their tracks and were shocked by how large A.N. That's what she said, the fall is. "Since when did they build this stage?" Ochako asked as Todoroki took his first move. He stepped on the rope and slid through his ice quirk. It didn't reach more than 5 seconds as he finally landed on a stone pillar, gaining the first place once again. "Wow," Mina said, amazed by the bicolored boy's skills. Then Tsuyu walked forward before jumped on the tight rope, and crawl onward, didn't hesitate to even slow down. As the other Class 1A girls were amazed at the frog girl's skill, a familiar girl wearing goggles stepped forward with a smirk on her face. "Mei Hatsume. Here it is. Here's my chance to show off," she said, making Izuku look at her direction and smirk at his friend. He noticed that Mei was looking tired, hence her eye bags, probably overworking again. But her energy was there. "It's time for my babies to be the star of today. She recomposed her body and stretched her arms sideward. Everyone is looking at her as she declared, "Look, all you support companies across the country. Wire arrows and hover souls. Glitter," she said, imitating the sound effects as the sun shines upon her equipment that is around her waist. Izuku couldn't help but chuckle at his friend's antics. "You're from the support course?" Ochako asked. "What? It's okay to bring in items?" Mina questioned the girl as she pouted. "There is a reason why every class must participate, Mina." The girls look at Izuku, who is analyzing the pit. "Of course, it's the UA Sports Festival for the first year, so they should give it their all," he explained, then looked at them. "Also, Midnight Sensei did say that we can do whatever we want as long as we're in the course. As for the support classes, they're allowed to bring such items. They use their minds to create something that can help us in the future. Without the support course, the heroes are going to be wounded easily. No hero wears no support item. Well, except for me," he said while whispering the last part. "By the way, how'd ya been, May?" Izuku asked the girl, who looked at him with a smirk in her face. "Doing fine and great, Izu," she said in a seductive way, earning a pout of jealousy from the girl while an eye roll from Izuku. "I told you to stop calling me that," he groaned before chuckling. May chuckled as well before she walked forward to the pit. "It's nice seeing you, Izuku, but I have some babies to show off, ta-ta," she said as one of the wire arrows just fired at the large pillar and attached it. "This is the place where we can show off our ideas and skills to the companies." Reeling in, May was sliding until she flew to the air. "Come and take a look, all your companies. Especially the big ones. Look at my super cute babies," she shouted as her hover boots turned on and guided her towards the stone pillar. With the wires retracting back, she laughed like a maniac as she landed on her feet, surpassing Suyu. Izuku chuckled at his friend's shameless advertisement. The girls looked in awe as they saw how May easily passed them. "Welp, I'd love to talk to you girls, but I have an obstacle course to win," Izuku said as he began to step backward. "See you at the finish line," he said as he ran forward. As he was almost at the edge, he channeled Blacklight on his legs, then jumped. He then used Glide to propel himself to the nearest stone pillar and rolled on top of it before rolling up to jump again towards another pillar. "Amazing," Ochako said, amazed by May and Izuku's actions. Mina was knocked out of her daze, then pouted. "That's so annoying," she said as she began crawling on the rope. "I won't lose," the bob-cut girl said as she placed her fingers together, activating her quirk and jumped. At that moment everyone was progressing. Izuku, who had passed May, was almost out of the second course. He was about to jump towards the last pillar when he heard someone yell. He looked back at the direction and saw Jiro dangling on the tight rope, struggling on hanging on. Izuku began to worry as he saw her left hand slip of the rope. He looked around at the area where Jiro is and had to suppress a growl when he saw Monoma smirking as he was calmly walking away from the tight rope. "That bastard," he growled as he vowed to make him pay for what he did to his classmate. Looking back at Jiro, she was sweating profusely and a stream of tears can be seen on the corner of her eyes down to her cheeks. Izuku did the only thing he could do right now. He jumped off the pillar and used Glide towards her direction. Kyoka Jiro knew she was in a sticky situation. She had almost passed the second to the last pillar when a jerk suddenly shook the rope, making her lose her balance, and now she was literally hanging for her dear life and was getting terrified. Jiro was struggling to hold herself. She can feel her weight making it hard for her to hold on to the rope. As she made her last attempt to use her left hand to grab on the rope once more, her right hand, the hand holding the rope, slipped. She was falling. In only seconds, her whole life flashed before her eyes. She knows that if she falls she's over, and she was falling. "This is it, I guess," she thought as she closed her eyes. As she was about to accept her fate, she was snatched from the air. When she opened her eyes, she saw Izuku's face up close. When Izuku saw Jiro let go, he had used his tendrils to latch on the rope and let himself fall to the pit. As he was at least a couple of feet under the purple-haired girl, he retracted the tendrils and pulled himself towards the girl. Only feet away from the girl, he deactivated tendrils and switched to Glide to propel himself to the girl to catch her. He then landed on the stone pillar, holding the girl in a bridal carry. Midoriya," Jiro yelped, surprised to see the green-haired boy. Said boy looked at her and smiled at her. She blushed and felt her heart flutter at the sight of Izuku. "Hey, you okay?" Izuku said to the girl who was still looking at him in surprise. The girl just nodded, which made him chuckle. What a chivalrous move by Class 1A's Midoriya, saving his classmate in the middle of the race. Present Mike's voice echoing in the field had cut off Jiro in her trance. She panicked and almost fell down. Izuku saw her panic look, then soften his gaze. "Can you walk?" he asked the blushing girl. She looked at her legs before looking back at Izuku and shook her head. She was still shaken by the fact that she had almost fell down a large pit. Izuku smiled, then held her closer. The contact made him blush a little and the girl more as he used Blacklight on his legs as he jumped from one pillar to another while carrying Jiro. As they jumped from pillar to pillar, Jiro couldn't help but feel relaxed and safe while in the arms of the boy. She looked at the boy's face and saw the determined face of the greenette as he carries the girl. She noticed that his freckles were formed in a shape of a diamond on his slightly red face, which she finds it cute. Jiro just looked at the boy's face as they flew through the air, not noticing her leaning her head on his chest. "And now the leader of the pack is easily getting through first," Present Mike announced, as the media shows Shoto Todoroki, who just passed the fall. Todoroki continued on running before he hears a sound of crackling a couple of feet away from him. He looked behind and saw Bakugo, who easily passed the second stage because he was using his quirk to go over the large pit. "Looks like he's getting fired up. A slow starter, huh?" he thought as he turned his head forward, dashing through to get to the next stage. "Damn it!" Bakugo cursed as he chased after Todoroki. Iida was standing at the beginning of the fall, was catching his breath as he saw everyone jumping and crawling on tight ropes to get to the next stone pillar. Panting, he said to himself, "Ni-san is probably watching me. I can't let him see me act uncool." Doing a T-pose, he jumped on the rope and used his engine quirk to slide across. "That's so uncool," Mike said as he and the crowd watch. Iida did the opposite of what he said. Suddenly, the screen switched to Todoroki. "That guy in the first place is way ahead," said a random citizen. "His quirk is really strong, but his natural athletic ability and judgment are also a cut above everyone else," said a businessman with 3 eyes. "Of course it is. You're looking at the flame hero. Endeavor's son," said the person beside him, revealing Todoroki's identity with excitement. "No wonder. The blood of the guy's second to All Might, right?" asked another civilian who was shocked, but also excited. Izuku had just passed the second stage of the obstacle course. He was still carrying Jiro and looked at the girl. The girl thanked him and asked to be put down. He obliged and slowly placed Jiro down. He had smiled at the girl before running once more with Jiro slightly behind him. As they ran, Mike's voice was heard once more. "The reality here is, it's a minefield. Don't worry, these mines can't kill you. It'll just make you blast odd to space." Izuku sweat drop at the hero's hyperbole. "It's so set up that you can tell where the mines are if you look carefully. So you have to exploit with your eyes and legs." "I see," said Todoroki, who had stopped when he saw the mine field. "This stage is where the leaders are put into a disadvantage." With that being said, he looked down and placed his feet on the ground where there are no mines. A minute had passed and most of the students were on the last stage, trying their best to avoid getting blasted and getting blasted. Todoroki was moving quicker than the others. All of a sudden, Bakugo entered the field and managed to catch onto the bicolored boy's tail. "This doesn't affect me." Exploding his way through the field, he yelled at Todoroki with fury in his eyes. "You bastard! You declared war on the wrong person." Close enough. The ash blonde attempted to attack Todoroki, who avoided the attack by taking a step back, caused him to lose the first place. "And now, we've got someone new in the lead," Present Mike declared. Everyone cheered as the race was about to reach its climax. "Rejoice, mass media. It's the development you love." They all watched as the students who were failing behind are catching up to the leading students. Some were recklessly running in the minefield. Some are looking where to step and others are moving forward carefully. Todoroki and Bakugo were dodging each other's attempts to attack. The former tried to grab the latter's arm with his right hand, freezing it in the process. But Bakugo didn't even flinch and tried to blast the number 2 hero's son. They continued fighting each other until a large explosion was heard from behind. Everyone had to stop and even cover their eyes from the wind while others narrowed their sense of sight. There's a huge explosion at the back. What the heck was that force? Mike got out of his seat as he was stunned. Heck, everyone was shocked. As soon as the explosion died, they all look as something or someone came out of the large smoke. Izuku Midoriya, who had retracted his shield and used glide. What? All Might in his Toshinori form, stood up from his seat and placed his hands quickly on his head as blood came out of his mouth. At the heroes' viewing room, the reactions of the heroes in the room are one with the crowd. Mirko, the rabbit hero, had her eyes wide open from Izuku's show of skill. Using the landmines as a tool to win. She thought as she smirked, "Not bad, kid. You got a big brain and knows how to use it." As for Kamui Woods and his team, their eyes were bulging out from what they see. Mount Lady's takoyaki had fallen out of the stick and landed on the ground. She took a look at the screen and narrowed her eyes when she saw Izuku flying forward. "I think I saw that kid before. But where?" "A couple of minutes ago, as Izuku and Jiro entered the last stage." After analyzing the situation, Izuku immediately summoned his claws and began digging the mines. Quickly yet carefully. Jiro was confused on why Izuku was doing this, but she saw that he was too busy to ask. She shrugged and carefully made her way into the minefield. Izuku, who continued digging mines, stacked them up on a pile, and as soon as he saw that the mines he dug out were enough, he changed his claws to shield. He then braced himself closer to his shield-covered arm and jumped onto the pile of mines. Exploding on the contact, Izuku was blasted forward. The blast caused his to propel forward, passing over everyone on the field, even Bakugo and Todoroki. Was it an accident, or did he did on purpose? Class 1A's Midoriya is on fire with that blast. Bakugo and Todoroki stopped attacking each other and can only stare and or glare at Izuku, who was supposed to be behind them, but now Midoriya has taken the lead. Loud cheers burst in the stadium while others were amazed at the display of talent Izuku has shown them. Gritting his teeth, Bakugo chased after Izuku, using his quirk, blasting explosions from his palms as he flew after the greenette. Todoroki stomped on the ground and an ice path was formed. Sprinting in full speed, he chased after Izuku along with Bakugo. Izuku saw this and was smirking as the two grew closer to him. He planned to use the force of the explosion to get the lead. He was kinda regretting his decision when he didn't know what to do about landing. But seeing that the two in pursuit of him were on both sides of him, he shifted his balance while in mid-air and stepped on the duo's shoulders. He brought both his arms in the air as it shifted into hammer fists. With all his strength, he slammed his quirk-enhanced fists on the ground, and because they were still in the minefield, with that force, another large explosion blasted in the area. Again, using the force of the explosion, he shifted his balance and did a front flip, landing perfectly and sprinting towards the finish line. Present Mike's voice was echoing in the field, but Izuku didn't care to listen what the hero had said as his ears were still ringing at the explosion and he was too focused on running to the finish line. Izuku was running far ahead from the former leaders, who were using their quirks to catch up to him. 1 winner, 40+ losers, 3 students, 1 champion. They were halfway, that leads to the finish line, and 1 student came out first, and that's when Present Mike announced the winner. The winner of the obstacle race is Izuku Midoriya, and the crowd goes wild. Cheers, confetti, and Present Mike's voice can be seen and heard within the stadium. Izuku raised his head up and saw everyone cheering for him. He looked around, his eyes saw the side of the viewing room where the teachers of UA stood up, clapping and cheering with the crowd. He saw All Might in his skeletal form, looking at him while clapping while wearing a smile on his face. He then looked at the announcer's box and saw looking at him. The bandaged hero may had his face covered by bandages, but by looking at the small hole in his eyes, Izuku can see the hero's eyes looking at him with pride and happiness, like a father to his son. Izuku smiled and bowed to the crowd and the heroes present in the stadium. Now long after that he heard a sound of explosion behind him. When he looked back, there he saw Todoroki and Bakugo enter the stadium. The former looking at him with narrowed eyes before leaving while the latter glared at him. Izuku just looked at Bakugo, before giving the blonde a raised eyebrow, further angering the explosive teen. Soon, all of the first-year students have entered and filled the stadium, finishing the first round. Izuku. The voice came from the gravity-defying girl as he looked at the owner of the voice. He hummed in response, looking at a panting Uraraka. Izuku, you were amazing. she said while catching her breath. Behind her is Tenya Iida, who was disheartened while muttering, "To think I'd place so low with a quirk such as my own." The rest of the freshman students lined up as Midnight began to talk, and so the obstacle race ends here. Now everyone, here are the results. A hologram screen appeared and showed the results of the race. 1. Izuku Midoriya, Class 1A, 2. Shoto Todoroki, Class 1A. 3. Katsuki Bakugo, Class 1A, 4. Abara Shiozaki, Class 1B. 5. Juzo Honanuki, Class 1B, 6. Tenya Iida, Class 1A. 7. Fumikage Tokiyami, Class 1A, 8. Honta Siro, Class 1A. 9. Eijiro Kirishima, Class 1A, 10. Tetsu, Class 1B. 11. Mashirao Ojiro, Class 1A, 12. Yosetsu Awase, Class 1B. 13. Suyu Asui, Class 1A, 14. Mezzo Shoji, Class 1A. 15. Rikido Sato, Class 1A, 16. Ochako Uraraka, Class 1A. 17. Momo Yaoyorozu, Class 1A, 18. Minoru Manetta, Class 1C. 19. Mina Ishido, Class 1A, 20. Koji Koda, Class 1A. 21. Kyoka Jiro, Class 1A, 22. Sen Kabera, Class 1B. 23. Kosei Subaraba, Class 1B, 24. Denki Kaminari, Class 1A. 25. Kojira Bondo, Class 1B, 26. Reiko Yanagi, Class 1B. 27. Hitoshi Shinso, Class 1C, 28. Itsuka Kendo, Class 1B. 29. Jiroda Shishida, Class 1B, 30. Shitai Kuroiro, Class 1B. 31. Yui Kodai, Class 1B, 32. Hiryu Rin, Class 1B. 33. Nirengeki Shoda, Class 1B, 34. Kanoko Komori, Class 1B. 35. Tagaru Kamakiri, Class 1B, 36. Nato Monoma, Class 1B. 37. Honi Tsunotori, Class 1B, 38. Toru Hagakuri, Class 1A. 39. Setsuna Tokage, Class 1B, 40. Manga Fukidashi, Class 1B. 41. Mei Hatsume, Class 1H, 42. Yuga Aoyama, Class 1A. The top 42 students have earned the right to a dance to the next round, Midnight said before putting her hands together and continued. I'm sorry to those kids who failed, but take heart. This festival's showstoppers is still being prepared. She then smiled to the students, and now for the real competition for the final selection. Now then, onto today's heart-pounding second event. What could it be? Well, I'll tell you. And the screen began flickering like a Russian roulette, until it stopped on 3 words. Human cavalry battle. Some complained, specifically Kaminari, a cavalry battle? I'm not great at those types of battles. It's not an individual work, so how it'll work? Suyu curiously said with a finger on her chin. All right, let me explain the rules. Midnight turned to the screen, now showing All Might with his feet on the combined hands of 13 in front and present Mike at the back. The students can form a team of 2 to 4 as they wish. Then she looks over her shoulder, staring at the first-year students as she added, it's basically like the regular cavalry race, but with a twist. She turned her body towards the students, with a pause for dramatic effect. Based on the results of the first round, each student will be assigned a point value. A point-based system like the entrance exam you kids enrolled in. In other words, each team is worth different points depending on whose team they're in. And the number of points you're worth will be 5 points if you are in 42nd place, 10 points if you placed 41st, 15 for 40th place, and so on. With the exception of first place, whose head is worth. She paused, then looking directly at Izuku with a smirk that sent shivers through his spine before continuing. 10 million points. The crowd can be heard going, ooh, while the students gasped and had their eyes wide open as they heard the words, 10 million points. 10 million points? Izuku muttered, repeating the amount of points he currently hold, somehow had an expression of a mixture of surprise and a deadpan look. 10 million, huh? Shinso said while having a small smirk in his face, looking at the Blacklight user. Soon everyone changed their line of sight from the screen to the green-haired teen. In other words, if you take out the first placer's team, you can stand at the top no matter what place you are in. Every qualified participant said simultaneously as Izuku's surroundings turned dark. He can only see and feel the leers and stares coming from his peers. Yet he still looked unbothered. Though he had a thought as this happened. I'm in danger. That's right. It's the survival of the fittest. With the chance for those at the bottom to take the crown jewels. Midnight smirked, still looking at Izuku, who had closed his eyes shut as the heroine talked. As the second passed, the leers and stares intensified. Izuku felt the familiar feeling as a memory from his middle school came into his mind. He can imagine everyone around him like shadows standing taller than him, glaring at him. Like the story of David and Goliath, only this time, there are more than one giant to conquer. Izuku looked calm with his eyes closed, but if you looked at him carefully, you can see that he is slightly shaking as he saw those memories. He had to mentally slap himself to calm himself down. He clenched his fist, breathed in and out, before opening his eyes to meet the leers of his peers. Intentionally channeling Blacklight on his eyes for intimidation, which worked like a charm, seeing most of the students backing away from him. It's now or never, he said as he gave them a look of determination and confidence. He smirked, bring it on. This had taken everyone including the rated R heroine by surprise. However, the look of surprise coming from Midnight quickly turned into a seductive look. Licking her lips before she spoke. Now that's what you call plus ultra. Looks like the first placer won't go down without a fight. Think through who you want in your team. Time to explain the rules of the cavalry battle. The time limit is 15 minutes. Each team is worth the total of every member's points. The rider will wear a headband with that number on their foreheads. Teams will try and grab their opponent's headbands before the time runs out and try to keep as many points as possible. She took a breath first before she continued. Stolen headbands must be worn the neck up. So, the harder you steal, the harder you'll manage to keep them away from everyone's hands. And the most vital point is that even if your headbands get stolen, or if your team fails, you're not out. After the pro heroine said the rules, Momo raised and rested her chin on her fingers, then said, since there are 42 people, there will be 10 to 12 teams on the field the whole time. That's rough. Sato commented. Well, one strategy is to let someone take you points so that you can be free, right? Mina asked while facing Suyu. It's hard to say without seeing how all the points end up getting stolen, Mina, the frog girl answered. As they were about to continue their talk, they heard Midnight's whip slash in the air and said, in this game, it's a cruel fight where you can use your quirks, but it's still a cavalry battle. You'll get a red card for attacks that are trying to make people fall on purpose. If you did, you're out immediately, and if you go out of the arena boundary, you're out as well. A timer then appeared with 1500 on it. You have 15 minutes to build your teams. Now start asking who you wanted to be on your team and figure the formation on your own. Good luck, she said as the timer started to count down. Everyone, except Izuku, who just stood there and watched everyone ask each other to form a team. He looked around and saw his first target and walked close to that person. He touched the person's shoulder, then asked, "Want to team up?" Break room inside the added staff-only room. There were every invited pro hero. Death Arms is smoking while looking at the monitor where the points for every position. The UA Sports Festival is about simulating the competition they'll face as heroes than seeing how prepared they are as heroes, said Hero spoke. Smoke puffed out of his mouth as he continued, in a world crowded with hero agencies, to put food on the table, there are times where you have to kick down others to show your skills. That was the obstacle race qualifier was, right? As he and Kamui Woods talk, Yu Takayama aka Mount Lady was eyeing the screen, looking at a specific person. Izuku Midoriya 10 million points. She knew the green-haired boy looked familiar, as if she met him before but couldn't say where. As she looked at the boy's picture showed in the screen, she couldn't help but blush as she noticed how his freckles are arranged in a diamond shape. Whoever you are, Izuku Midoriya, I can only tell that you are one cute boy, she thought, suppressing a giggle as she lightly stroked the screen, tracing the freckles on the boy's cheek. In the same room, certain rabbit heroine was leaning against the wall, her eyes shadowed by her hair as it darkened as she whispered, "Having a team sucks." Rumi Usagiyama, aka Mirko the No-Sixth Hero, hates agencies where heroes work as a team. She rather likes to work alone, so why is she still here? If watching an event that considers team battle like the Cavalry battle, she would leave without hesitation, but she chose not to. Why? Because like Mount Lady, she was eyeing a certain first placer. She really hates teaming up, but looking at the kid's performance and awareness in his surroundings. The greenette seemed to pique the interest of the rabbit hero. It takes a lot of hard work and skill for you to win an obstacle race to get first place, and it's a very impressive of you to do all those stunts, save a classmate in the middle of the race and use the terrain in your advantage. So let's see where the limits of your skills and wits are, Izuku Midoriya, she said while wearing a smirk in her face. Back at the arena while everyone is talking and discussing their teams, Katsuki Bakugo is currently being surrounded by his classmates wanting to team up with him, which confused him. His face still has that angry look, making it hard for them to know if he was listening or ignoring them. Maybe even both. As this happened, a voice had caught the angry teen's attention. "Hey," said by none other than Eijiro Kirishima, who approached him while waving his hand. Todoroki already chose his teammates. He then pointed at himself. "Bakugo, team up with me." "Shitty hair." Bakugo growled out. "It's Kirishima. At least try to remember that. And FYI, my hair's not that different from yours," the red-haired boy said, correcting the ash-blonde's statement before pointing at the latter's hair, indicating the same hairstyle. "You're the rider, right?" Kirishima asked. "So, who'll be a front horse that can take your blast?" He raised his left arm and used his quirk, showing the teen he got something in his sleeve. Katsuki was silent for a minute before answering, "Someone with some guts." "Not the answer I was looking for, but yeah, me, with my hardening." The redhead boy points himself while smiling. "I'll be a wall that'll never shatter." Grinning, he walked in front of Katsuki. "You're gonna get it, right? The 10 million points?" Just hearing those words made Katsuki smirk. A smirk that is somehow filled with evil intentions. Back to Izuku, he has come face to face with the first person he thought to be his teammate. Izuku had a smile on his face as the person he had asked slowly looked at him. "Wanna be teammates, Ochako?" he asked the gravity-defying girl. Said girl looked at him apologetic as she put her hands in a praying position before bowing. "Sorry, Izuku. I already promised Sue that I'd team up with her," she said. Ochako raised her head and looked at Izuku in the eye with determination. "Also, like you said in the waiting room, everyone want to reach the top, and to do that we have to face the one who is the first place. Which is you, Izuku." The boy was taken aback at the confident statement of the bob-haired girl. He smiled at the girl who blushed as she realized what she had just said and tried to cover her face in embarrassment. Izuku chuckled. "I understand. I'm guessing that Iida was also thinking that way?" he asked the girl before sighing. He looked at Iida's direction, who was talking with Todoroki, Momo and Kaminari. "That sucks. I want to team up with you too." He scratched his head and looked at ground, thinking to himself. "Well, that can't be helped. Good luck in the cavalry battle, Chako," he said before leaving the girl alone, blushing a storm by the nickname. "Welp, that didn't work. Plan B it is," Izuku whispered to himself as he approached his second choice as a teammate. "Hey, wanna team up?" Izuku asked as the tall kid looked at him with raised eyebrows. "You want me to team up with you?" the person asked, rubbed the back of his neck. "Not that I'm complaining, but why me?" the tall boy that made a declaration of war asked as he crossed his arms. "Well, for one, I admired your courage when you declared war to our class. 2, I saw it back that day that you really want to be in the hero course," Izuku said as he saw the boy's eyes widen a bit before continuing. "3rd, I saw you used your quirk in the race earlier. Brainwashing, right?" He saw the tall boy's eyes widen before nodding. Looking at the boy, Izuku can tell that he was not really comfortable talking about his quirk. With an understanding smile he said, "Don't worry, I think your quirk is cool." That caused a small smile to the tall boy's tired face. "And, I'd rather have you in our class than that perverted midget." That caused a smirk on the tall boy's face. He really hated how the grape-headed midget had been giving the girls in Class 1C perverted glances and at some point tried to invade the girls' changing room. He hesitated for a bit but shrugged and gave Izuku a nod and said, Well then I'll be glad to team up with you. Izuku. Izuku Midoriya, he said, reaching out a hand to the tall boy, who took the hand and shook it. Hitoshi Shinso, said the tall boy, now known as Shinso. He was somewhat surprised and confused that the first placer wanted to team up with him. As the two were still shaking hands, a pink blur dashed in front of them. Izuku, let's team up, Mei said, latching onto the green-haired boy's neck, which caused shock from Shinso and jealousy from the other girls, namely Uraraka, Mina, Toru, and surprisingly Jiro, and a look of hate from a certain grappist. Geez. Mei, stop shaking me, Izuku said as said girl kept on shaking him. Okay. I'll team up with you, just let me go, he childishly said, making the eccentric girl giggle as she lets him go. Mei noticed Shinso and grinned like a madman as she approached the tired-looking boy. Hey, wanna see my babies? She said with her eyes sparkling, looking at Shinso. Shinso backed away slightly before saying, no, come on, you'll like them, Mei said, moving closer to the boy, who just looked at her with an annoyed expression. Izuku looked at them and chuckled a bit. They looked like if Ms. Joke and Aizawa-sensei interacted. At that moment Eraserhead felt a shiver in his spine and an urge to smack Izuku for some reason, while somewhere in Ketsubutsu High a woman with sea-green hair laughed loudly as she raised her fists in the air, causing confusion amongst her students. The greenette then looked at the time limit and saw 5 more minutes left and looked around. Now who will be our last member? He said as the two looked at him and waited. As he looked around, he saw one person who no one had approached yet. Izuku took a step close to that person. Mei and Shinso saw this and just looked at each other. The latter had to look away to avoid getting in a conversation with the former, which didn't stop the girl from annoying him. Izuku came close to that person and placed a hand on his shoulder. The person looked at him and Izuku looked back with determination in his eyes. Team up with me. As the time limit came to an end, Midnight's voice echoed in the arena. 10 minutes have passed, she said while stretching her arm. We'll be starting any moment now. The crowd began to cheer. Everyone here's just paying attention to Class 1A. Why is that? They're not the only ones that faced the villains in USJ? We were also in USJ. Why would we in Class 1B be content with placing so low? Monoma said as he stared at the most of Class 1A. Let's show those snotty Class 1A kids who's better, everybody, he said smugly, but he missed the dirty look Izuku was giving him. I won't let you get away from what you did, you blonde-ass bastard. In the commentators area, Aizawa woke up when Present Mike called him. Though annoyed for interrupting his sleep, he eyed the lineups with interest. Looks like we have quite the interesting lineups this year, he said as Mike stood up and began talking. Now RAISUP your war cries, and fire the signal, he said, earning more cheers from the crowd. May the blood on the rocks be washed up by yet more blood. Now's the time for UA's cavalry battle. More cheers echoed in the area. Shinso, he said, looking at the left wing. Ready. Mei, he said, looking at the right wing. Ready. Izu. Tokiyami, he said to his final teammate. Yeah. As dark shadow came out of Tokiyami's chest. Izuku smiled at his teammates before turning it into a look of determination and seriousness. He then tied the headband on his forehead and tightened it. Glad to be with all of you. The screen shows the teams and the number of points. Dash 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 dash. 1. Team Midoriya 10,272. Team Tetsu 705. 3. Team Bakugo 665-4. Team Todoroki 615-5. Team Asui 430. 6. Team Hagakure 397. Team Manetta 348. Team Monoma 305. 9. Team Kendo 225-10. Team Kodai 165-11. Team Rin 125. 12. Team Kamakiri 70. Let's see how ruthless the battle it is, folks. Counting down the brutal battle royal. In 3, Present Mike started. Katsuki began cracking his knuckles and said, we're aiming for 2. Present Mike shouted. One thing. Todoroki said as if he was finishing the sentence Bakugo was saying. 1. Whip. Start. On cue, all 11 cavalry teams dashed towards the leading team, Team Midoriya. It's a battle to get the 10 million points. Tetsu screamed. Izuku, I'm coming for you, Toru said. Izuku noticed that she does have any clothes, hence the floating headband. Izuku quickly scanned the surroundings and waited for a bit. As the teams ran closer, he took out 2 smoke bombs. I'd like to see you try, he said as he removed the pins and threw the smoke bombs to the ground. On impact, smoke fully covered the leading team. Not stopping their charge, Tetsu stretched his arm forward in a reaching position. However, he only caught air. When the smoke cleared, Team Midoriya was nowhere to be found. Up there, Awase pointed above. Everyone looked up to see Team Midoriya flying using a jetpack. A jetpack? Damn support course. After them? The steel quirk user said. Jiro. Toru said to their front horse. On it, she said as her earphone jacks extended towards the flying team. The jacks were inches away on touching their headbands when Dark Shadow appeared swatting the jacks away, shocking Jiro. Good work, Dark Shadow. Always watch our blind spots, Tokiyami said to his quirk. Aye. The sentient quirk said as it looked around for those trying to take their headbands. Holy crap, man. Your quirk is more than enough to defend us from all directions, and at a distance at that. I can't praise you enough, Tokiyami, Izuku said as he held onto the raven-headed boy. Tokiyami just smiled. You're the one who picked me for this when no one picked me. So I'm more than happy to be in your team. Right, anyway we need to land, Izuku said as the rocket boots slowly turned off. He used tendrils towards the ground to soften their landing. How do you like my precious babies, Izuku? Tell me they're cute. I can make them as May was cut off when Shinso spoke up. Not the time, Crosshair. We got enemies coming. The sleep-deprived teen said as an earphone jack almost got Izuku, almost, as he tilted his head slightly. Team Midoriya booked it, narrowly avoiding the other teams and snatching some points from others. Let's give chase, too, it's payback time. You with me, Jiro? The invisible girl said, not realizing her lack of headband. Where did our headband go? Sato asked, seeing the headband gone on Toru's head. No way. Where did it go? Toru exclaimed. She looked around and saw Monoma's team running away with their headband at hand. When the hell? Too easy when they're fighting amongst each other, said the blonde teen, twirling the headband in his index finger. After a couple of minutes, Team Midoriya had gotten a total of 10,660 points and are currently running around with an explosive Pomeranian in pursuit. Get back here, dipshit. That 10 million points mine, the ash blonde said as he was using his explosion quirk to flew on the air. Izuku found it unfair that Bakugo gets to fly around stealing headbands, but unless the rider touches the ground, the blonde is still in. As the blonde was gonna explode on Izuku's face, Dark Shadow appeared and covered the team. After clicking his tongue in frustration, Zero pulled him back. The blonde was ordering his team to chase after Izuku when suddenly their headband was snatched from behind. Like taking candy from a baby, Class 1A, said a smug Monoma as they run away once more. Katsuki was livid that their headband was taken away from them. Before he could order his team to chase after the blonde, he saw in the corner of his eye Izuku jump from his team and using the jetpack to propel towards Monoma's team. The ash blonde saw this as an opportunity to take back their points and steal the 10M. Monoma was still monologuing about how superior Class 1B is to Class 1A when Izuku came flying in front of them, glaring daggers at him. He smugly grinned before talking. Oh? You're approaching me? Izuku's raised his eyebrows but smirks. I can't take your headband without getting closer. They heard Present Mike yell, is that a JoJo reference or something? But they just ignored it and locked eyes. Before he could move, a transparent box incased him, shocking Izuku. Gotcha. Subaraba said, smiling at his success. Monoma, take all his headbands. Monoma's grin grew wider as he reached up to the incased greenette, only to look away when the transparent box shattered with Izuku lunging towards them and snatching the 305 points on his neck. He then summoned tendrils and tied up Monoma from his arms down. The blonde tried to break free, but the tendrils gripped tighter to him, making him unable to move. He looked at Izuku, who was glaring at him. He was about to talk when Izuku punched him in the face. "That's for Jiro," Izuku exclaimed. Said girl looked at his direction and blushed when she heard her name. "For me? Why?" she thought while earning a blush. Dark Shadow appeared behind him and grabbed Izuku's back. "He's all yours, Bakugo," Izuku said as Dark Shadow pulled him back to his team. Bakugo's team suddenly appeared behind them. Using Mina's acid and Siro's tape, they slid towards the Class 1B's team and snatched all the points on the other blonde's neck. As Midoriya went back to his team, other teams began charging towards them. Team Midoriya was about to run away when a team blocked their path. Looking up, they saw Team Todoroki. "And there is less than 5 minutes on the clock," Present Mike's voice rang in the arena. Hearing that, Izuku sighed and looked at Todoroki. "Guess we won't be getting such an easy ride after all, huh?" Izuku stated as he looked at Team Todoroki. "The time has come, I'm taking it," the dual-haired boy declared. "I'd like to see you try, Todoroki," Izuku talked back. They suddenly heard loud footsteps coming from all directions. Every other team was charging forward to Midoriya's team. "Let's fall back," Izuku yelled as they retreat from the mob. "Man, we're in a pickle," Shinso grumbled as he ran. "Iida forward." "Right." Activating his engine quirk, Team Todoroki charged forward. Izuku noticed that Momo and Kaminari were wearing rollerblades, making it easy for them to move faster because of Iida's movement and engine. "Yayorozu, prepare to guard us and conduct electricity." "Got it," she said as she used her quirk, Creation, to produce an insulated sheet that deflects electricity. "Kaminari, I know what to do." Izuku heard this and looked back at the team chasing them. Todoroki, Momo and Iida were covered with the sheet. Seeing Kaminari sparking, he knew that they were gonna use his quirk to immobilize everyone in the arena. "Shit. We can't use Dark Shadow for this one. I have to use it," he said as he looked straight at Kaminari. And began channeling Blacklight in his eyes. "I hope this works." Kaminari was covered with electricity as he smirks. "Make sure you cover up well," he said as he charged himself. "Here it goes." Indiscriminate shock. "Wait, what?" he said as the electricity covering his body disappeared. "What's wrong?" Momo asked, confused why the electrification quirk user stopped his attack. "I can't use my quirk," Kaminari said, earning wide eyes from his teammates. "What?" his teammates asked. "Really? That's too bad," they heard Izuku said. When they look up, they were shocked on what they see. There they see Izuku Midoriya, red-eyed and his hair standing up. Behind him a vestige of Aizawa staring them with the same look. Using erasure. "What? How did Midoriya have your quirk, eraser head?" Present Mike yelled. Aizawa looked at his student with wide eyes, mentally asking himself the same question. All Might almost fell on his seat looking at young Midoriya. Though he was skeptical on how he got the quirk, he laughed at the boy's move. Mirko and Mount Lady were also shocked to see Izuku use someone else's quirk. They grew even more curious, wanting to know the boy. "How?" Todoroki asked, still stunned at Izuku. "I don't really know how I got this. I just discovered this yesterday." He smirked as he and his team escapes. He had an idea on how he got the erasure quirk, but he wasn't gonna tell it to his classmates just yet. Todoroki shook of his confusion and sent a wave of ice towards the escaping team and the other teams, trapping the latter. Izuku saw this and used the last shot of the jetpack and flew away, making the heterochromia-eyed boy grit his teeth as he ordered Iida to give chase. 1 minute left. The voice hero announced as Todoroki's team continues to give chase against the flying team. Seeing the green-haired team's team about to land, he launched his ice towards the end of Izuku's landing spot, creating a barrier. Team Midoriya landed at the exact spot Todoroki had predicted. Izuku saw the barrier and quickly said, "Guys, run towards Todoroki's left side. He never uses his left side." That statement caused Todoroki's eyes to widen. In the crowd, the flame hero, Endeavor, smirked at the greenette and looked at the younger Todoroki. "He's figured you out, hasn't he, you fool? Guys, we have less than a minute. I'm afraid I'll be useless after this, so I'm counting on you," Iida suddenly said, earning confused looks on the blue-haired boy. "Iida, take it, Todoroki," he exclaimed as he bent over an angle that made Izuku narrow his eyes. "Torque over." The smoke that came from Iida's engines turned blue. In a blink of an eye's team, Todoroki sped past Izuku's team. "Did you get it?" Iida asked with shaking legs. "No, he didn't," Izuku said, looking at the other team. "Props on the self-sacrifice, Iida. I'll give you that." "Wah?" Iida, Kaminari and Momo said while Todoroki just began smoking for a moment. "Let's run, team," Izuku yelled as his teammates ran away from the stunned group. He had predicted that Iida was going to use a move like that. So he did the most logical thing to do in a situation like that. He tilted his head to the right like a boss. They were a couple of meters away from the Ice Users team when someone flew in front of Izuku's face. Katsuki Bakugo. Bakugo, who had just took the points back from Monoma, who was still tied up and screaming and or demanding at Izuku to remove the binds, saw Izuku's team flying. He then ordered his team to follow the escaping team. "That 10 million's mine," he said as he propelled himself through the air. When he came in front of Izuku, he used his quirk to temporarily blinding the greenette and his teammates. He then snatched the headband on his forehead. "Tapeface, I got the headband," he yelled victoriously before getting pulled by Siro's tape. "Take that, Deku," he said as he flipped off the still blinded teen. Seeing the ash blonde getting the 10 million points, the other teams changed targets and chased after Bakugo's team. "It's nearly over. Now for the countdown. Everybody say HEEYYYY, 10. Present mic counted as the crowd joined in. Izuku's team still didn't move. 9. Still no movement from the team. 8. Quirks began flying across the arena trying to get the upper hand in the headband. 7. Todoroki began using his ice to overwhelm the ash blonde to no avail. 6. Izuku's body began shaking. His teammates were still rubbing there because of Bakugo's attack. 5. Bakugo looked back at the nerd's team with a smirk in his face. 4. The ash blonde laughed seeing the greenette's shaking form. "You see, Deku? You'll never be better than me. You're just a pebble on my way." 1-inch 3. Izuku slowly raised his head and showed a smirk on his face. This confused and agitated the ash blonde. "Are you sure, Kachan?" he said, mocked as black tendrils began appearing on Izuku's forehead. Katsuki and the other teams looked at Izuku intently. 2. The tendrils then disappeared and that caused the other students to widen their eyes. Why? Because on Izuku's forehead was the 10,270 points. 1. "I win," Izuku said as the headband Bakugo took from him turned into mass of flesh before turning into blood. His teammates had fully recovered and were grinning at their success. "Time's up." The pro heroes looking from the crowd were shocked on the green-haired boy. They did not expect him to outsmart the other students. But also defended the 10 million points. No one had ever achieved that, not even All Might. Aizawa was grinning like a madman. He was amused by his students' performance and was proud to see that he had grew from the kid training in an abandoned warehouse to a UA powerhouse. He still have to question him on how he got his erasure quirk, but for now it's his win. All Might coughed out blood with the unexpected turn of events that had happened. He had just saw how cunning and intelligent Izuku really is. He had felt bad that the boy had rejected his offer on inheriting One for All. He was sure enough that with OFA, the boy would be unstoppable, if not overpowered. Just thinking about it sent chills in his spine. He will try one more attempt on asking later, but for now, he'll just be glad that Izuku is doing great. Mirko was cackling like a madman in the viewing room. She just saw how Izuku just outsmarted not only one but everyone in the arena. The boy was very entertaining to watch and had a lot of potential. She would think about sending an internship request to the boy. No teaming up rule, be damned. Mount Lady was suppressing a squeal when she saw that Izuku had won. She was secretly rooting for the freckled boy and was worried when the explosive blonde took the headband from the greenette, but was relieved when Izuku revealed his real headband. Maybe I could send him an internship request. The other contestants were in the same way of thinking. All this time they were chasing after a piece of flesh. Some of them send glares at Izuku, while others stare at the greenette thinking how he had pulled it off. The crowd cheer as Izuku's team was announced as the winner of the second round of the sports festival. Izuku was about to go to get lunch when a hand landed on his shoulder. He looked back and saw heterochromia eyes looking at him. "We need to talk," said Shoto Todoroki. While Izuku was still a daze after his team's win, Present Mike's voice echoed throughout the stadium. With the amazing stunts and tactics by Midoriya, Team Midoriya advances to the final round. The loud hero declared as the cheers of the crowd started to fade away. The crowd eyed the board where the teams are listed as Present Mike announces the other qualified teams. First place. Team Midoriya leader. Izuku Midoriya members. Mei Hatsume Hitoshi Shinso Fumikage Tokiyami. Second place. Team Todoroki leader. Shoto Todoroki members. Tenya Iida. Momo Yayorozu Denki Kaminari. Third place. Team Bakugo. Leader. Katsuki Bakugo members. Eijiro Kirishima. Mina Ishido Honta Siro. Fourth place. Team Manetta leader. Minoru Manetta. Members. Yuga Aoyama Mashirao Ojiro Nirengeki Shota. In second place is Team Todoroki, who gave their best, but came up short. The next team is Team Bakugo, which Team Midoriya assisted in retrieving their stolen headband from Team Monoma. Monoma growled while looking around for Izuku while still tied with the tendrils. Next is. Present Mike paused for a moment and looked back at the list while scratching his head. Huh. Somehow, Team Manetta made it in fourth place. That's surprising. Said team stood away from each other. On the ground around them were purple spheres. The team leader was smirking as he walked away from his teammates while tossing a purple ball up and down on his hand. His teammates are Mashirao Ojiro, Yuga Aoyama and Nirengeki Shota from Class 1B. Two of them were scowling while glaring daggers at the retreating midget, while Aoyama didn't even care as he looked at the direction of the readers. Now, we'll take an hour break for lunch before we start the afternoon activities. See ya. Hey, Eraser, let's grab some food. Shut up. I ate already, so I'm going to sleep, said the tired homeroom teacher as he slid into his sleeping bag, while grumbling about life full of noisiness. As the crowd began to walk away and go wherever they want within the UA campus, others stay and chat about the previous round. The student left the arena to relieve themselves from the morning activities in the UA Sports Festival. Well, most of the students at least. That bastard, where is he? Nito Monoma yelled as he looked around, searching for Izuku. He was still tied up by the tendrils that Izuku used to immobilize him. The blonde is seething in rage and embarrassment from what the greenette done to him. Damn it, I can't believe that midget took our points. Tetsu said in a resentful tone and can't believe that his team didn't advance to the final round of the sports festival. Could it be the punishment for taking the frog girl's points indecently? Abara Shiozaki questioned, remembering what she did to Team Asui a while ago as she took the points without the girl knowing their points were gone. Said midget looked back at the steel user and smirked, remembering how he plucked the headband from the silver-haired boy before walking away. I can't accept this, Tetsu and Monoma shouted. The former had his hands on his head, while the latter still tied up. Monoma suddenly falls down unconsciously as he was struck on the neck by a chop from their class representative, Itsuka Kendo. Kendo facepalmed, hearing how Midoriya did it for his classmate. I can assume that you did something stupid, she sighed as he dragged the unconscious blonde outside the arena. She was still thinking about her encounter with Team Midoriya. It was foggy, but she can still remember what the green-haired boy said to his teammates. Mini flashback, quote. They're brainwashed. Let's take all of their points, Shinso said to their rider. No, Izuku said, earning looks of confusion from his teammates, and continued, I mean, it's kinda unfair taking all their points without them knowing. Let's just take their highest point and leave some points for them to work with, he said to his team. Mei grinned teasingly. Oh, is little Izu being a gentleman toward his beautiful girl in the middle of a battlefield? How chivalrous, she teased the green-haired boy. Izuku blushed a little and looked away. Shut up, Mei. Be lucky that you're in my team, if not I would have took your team's headband without hesitation, he said, not confirming nor denying the tease. He and his team ran away with Mei still laughing at a blushing Izuku as Team Kendo started to gain consciousness. End of mini flashback. Itsuka looked back at the direction she saw Izuku walked off to and couldn't help but smile. The boy had piqued her interest, seeing he was a smart, kind, strong and handsome. She blushed, realizing she had developed a crush on the class rep of Class 1A. She shook those thoughts away as she walked towards the exit. As for Team Asui, Tsuyu Asui can be seen rubbing Ochako Uraraka's back as the bob-hair girl throws up rainbows. I'm sorry for not getting us to the finals. Ochako said as she rubbed her mouth with a handkerchief Tsuyu had handed her. It's okay, Ochako. What's important is we did our best to keep up with Izuku, without relying on him. Tsuyu said while Shoji nodded in agreement. After a few more seconds, Tsuyu and Ochako approached Mina Ishido and Tenya Iida respectively. Mina, congratulations. The frog girl spoke to the pink-skinned girl. Mina was part of Team Bakugo, meaning she advanced, but the look on her face contradicts what people usually feel when they won a match or earn second or third place. She scratches the back of her head before she talks. I don't know. Bakugo just let me join to use against Todoroki's ice. I don't think if it reflects my abilities. Nonsense. You did amazing back there, Tsuyu said, trying to remove the doubt that's weighing the acid user down. Iida, I didn't know you had a special move like that. Even though Izuku dodged that, it was fair, the zero-gravity user said as she imitated the running motion of the tall boy until she stopped when she mentioned Izuku's name. Seeing that Midoriya outsmarted us all, you're right. He was a force to be reckoned with. But it has nothing with fairness, I just wasn't using it as I intended it to be. Tenya said as he fixed his eyeglass and shrugged his right hand. That was fun, Denki. Kaminari said with a hilarious expression on his face as he gives thumbs up. Momo walked past them, not minding the conversation and the short-circuited boy, and went towards Kyokujiro, who was waiting for her. I wanted to do something that could compete with Midoriya, the engine quirk user said as he clenched his fist. Ochako was about to reply when she remembered something or someone in this situation. Wait a minute, she said, turning around and looking for someone. Where is Izuku? Her question caught the attention of the Iida, Mina, Tsuyu, Momo and Jiro. Now that you mention it, where is he? Tsuyu said as she also looked around with her index finger on her chin. As everyone exited the stadium, 2 students were left at the entrance with a sign that says faculty and student entrance. Those 2 were none other than Shoto and Izuku, facing each other. The dual-haired, quirked boy had a stare that expresses anger, while the green-haired boy just looked at him blankly, not even intimidated by the boy's glare. So, Izuku started, what do you want to talk about? Getting no response from the taller boy, Izuku spoke again. Look, if you're just gonna stare at me instead of talking, I'm just gonna leave. I wasted so much biomass in the cavalry battle and I need to go fill up before the cafeteria gets crowded, he said as he tried to walk away, not caring if he said that he was low on biomass. He was hungry, no, he was starving. He took a few steps before stopping as Todoroki spoke up again. You almost made me broke my promise. Huh? Izuku said, confused, looking back at him. Never in my life I need to use for to get something I truly wanted, and it made me lose my cool, and almost broke my pledge. Izuku just looked at the talking boy with raised eyebrows. Todoroki lifted his left hand and took a glance at it. Shoto raised his left hand and stared at it, glaring at it. Iida, Kaminari, Yaoyorozu, Tokiyami and your other teammates, they never felt it. Getting confused even more, Izuku narrowed his eyes and looked at the boy with a, and. Look. What do you mean? He asked when the dual-haired boy didn't get his message. It means I felt something similar coming from you. Moving his glance from his hand to the Blacklight user's eyes. Making eye contact, Shoto continued, Midoriya. Are you? He paused, making Izuku lean forward. Mr. Aizawa's secret love child? Shoto bluntly asked the greenette. What? Was the only word that came out of his mouth. He was legitimately caught off guard by the ridiculous question that the supposedly recommended student. He didn't expect it being the one to be asked. It took Izuku a few seconds to process the question before scoffing. As much as I want to be Mr. Aizawa's son, I am unfortunately not his secret love child. I know who my father is, but he died before I was even born, so yeah, he said, looking away. And like I said earlier, I still don't know how I got Mr. Aizawa's quirk. So it's probably just a coincidence. Suddenly Shinso and Mei's faces suddenly came into his mind and he inwardly smirked. But Shinso is probably Mr. Aizawa's secret love child. Same goes for Mei and Ms. Joke. He thought as he faced the half-hot half-cold user. Then you're probably All Might's secret love child, Shoto said as he placed his fingers on his chin, in a thinking pose. He obviously has a connection with you and he has his eyes on you. Izuku's left eye twitched. Did he seriously didn't hear what I said earlier? He thought as the white, red-haired boy closed his eyes before speaking. You obviously know that Endeavor, my old man. He's been stuck as the number 2 hero forever now. He opened his eyes and looked at the first placer's eyes. If you were the son of the number 1 hero, then. Todoroki then paused and narrowed his eyes while still maintaining eye contact with Izuku. Izuku didn't even flinch by it and just stared back with one eyebrow raised as he said the next thing. I have even more reasons to beat you. My old man will do anything to advance his position. He looked away from Izuku. He made a name for himself during his hero career firing on all cylinders. But it was never enough to outpace a legend like All Might, who was an eyesore to him. Looking back at Izuku, the boy continued to talk. Since he can't surpass All Might, he moved on to his next plan. Not saying a word, Izuku just listened. Have you heard of quirk marriage? The last 2 words alone made Izuku's eyes widen as soon as he discovers them. He had heard of the term in the internet and sometimes in news. News about quirk marriage where a sensitive talk in the news, and he is looking directly at one of the results of said topic. The law became a problem for the 3rd generation until now. Choosing a wife only based on enhancing the quirk and passing it on their children, forcing people into marriage. The ice fire user inhaled, pausing in the process and continued short after. The old-fashioned way of thinking brought about by a lack of ethics. Endeavor with both accomplishments and money, won my mother's relatives and got a hold of her quirk. He's been trying to fulfill his own desires by raising me, to become a hero that can surpass All Might. Izuku just looked at the ground, taking the information. He still couldn't believe that Endeavor would do such a thing. He knew the fiery hero was an asshole but he didn't know he was this bad. While Izuku is still looking at the ground, Todoroki continued to tell the green-haired boy his past. The reason I'm aiming to beat you is as a personal triumph. I won't use my shitty old man's quirk. Or rather, I'll become number 1 without his quirk. Izuku had clenched his fists when he heard that. He can understand the resentment that the dual-haired boy had for Endeavor, but limiting himself just out of spite is flat-out stupid. He and all of the students participating in the sports festival with everything they got, and Todoroki is using half of his power. You two are both stupid, he said blankly as he raised his head, making eye contact with the other boy. Todoroki glared him, but before the boy could talk back, Izuku continued. You and Endeavor are both stupid. Him for using his own son as a tool for his ambitions and goals. He paused before glaring at the young Todoroki. And you, for wasting a gift out of spite. This made the taller boy angry and yelled at him. Don't even call my power AG. He was cut off when Izuku yelled. Shut the fuck up when I'm talking. Todoroki slightly flinched by the sudden outburst and took a step back slightly. Ever since I was young, I always admired heroes and quirks, and I always dreamed to becoming a hero when I got my quirk. The day I got my quirk, I was ecstatic and know that I can become a hero with the power I have. He saw the visible confusion from the taller boy and continued. And that happened a year ago. My whole life up until last year, I was quirkless. That made Shoto's eyes widen. He didn't expect to hear this from the strongest person in their class. He was quirkless and had his quirk just for a year. Wait, if he's quirkless his whole life, does that mean? Izuku, seemingly reading his mind, answered his question. For 10 years of my life, I have been bullied, beaten and made fun of for being useless, worthless and quirkless. Deku. He said the nickname with pure hatred. He clenched his fist so hard that blood was drawn. I even told if I want a quirk, I should kill myself and pray to get myself a quirk in the next life. He paused to look at the boy and continued. So I did and got a quirk in the process. This made Todoroki and an eavesdropping Bakugo's eyes wide. The latter flinched hearing that Izuku had somehow did what he told him. Izuku looked at the still shocked boy and walked away. I'm not saying this for you to pity me. I'm saying this so that you realize that your goal is stupid, he said as he stopped and turned his head to the boy. You have the power that any hero would want and I wished to have 10 years ago. The power and quirk then can save people and you're using only 50% of it just because you have daddy issues? He saw as he glared at the Todoroki. Will you use that shit of an excuse when you failed to save someone when your fire is needed? Shoto flinched at what the retreating boys said to him. He looked down and clenched his fist, contemplating about his goals, and asking himself if he was doing the right thing. Izuku turned back to leave but spoke louder this time. As for you Bakugo, mind your goddamn business. Eavesdropping on someone else. Conversation is fucking disrespectful. He said and left. He noticed the ash blonde the moment Todoroki lead him there, and ignored him at the moment. He shrugged and walked out of the arena and went to the cafeteria to fill up his. The ash blonde almost fell forward when his name was mentioned. He knew I was listening. Since when? He thought before coming out of his hiding spot and saw that the two already left. He thought back to what Izuku had said and had to grit his teeth in frustration. Bakugo wasn't mad at Izuku for outing him, kinda. He was mad because the nerd had a quirk because of him and kept all of this from him. Not that he cared, but Deku should have told him. He's his friend, right? Right? But remembering all he did to the nerd, how could he still be considered a friend? Heck, are they even friends? Friends don't beat up, bully, and tell him to kill himself. So no, they're not friends. More like bully and victim, predator and prey. Yin and yang. It was my fault, he said, clenching his fists and walked out. He was feeling guilty, but his pride won't let that Deku one up on him, again. TIMESKIP. With 20 minutes left, after lunch, Izuku had just finished his lunch and quickly went over to arena. He was still upset of Todoroki and Bakugo, the ice boy for being selfish and the Pomeranian for eavesdropping someone else's private conversation. His emotions reflected on the way he ate, and how he ate was. Let's say he ate 10 bowls of katsudon in one sitting. His friends were mixed between confused, amazed and concerned for the Blacklight wielder. Izuku just ignored them and devoured the katsudon. Izuku noticed the crowd started to fill up the seats, and in the crowds he saw Mirko and Mount Lady. He was confused to why the two heroines were in the crowd instead of being in the viewing room, where the pro heroes stayed. The two heroines saw him and waved at the boy, making him blush. Who wouldn't when the two beautiful, sexy and famous heroines waved at him? He could feel the glares from every man in the arena. Even though he was a little flustered, he smiled and waved at the two heroines, which gave two different reactions. Mirko, smirking at him while giving a thumbs up, while Mount Lady blushed slightly and winked at him. His grin grew wider. He can tell that the two pros are rooting for him, and it caused him to feel even more determined. He was taken out of his trance when he felt a hand landed on his shoulder. Izuku turned and saw Class 1B's class rep, Itsuka Kendo. "Oh, hey Kendo. What can I do for you?" he asked, slightly confused why she would come to him. "Well, Midoriya. About what happened in the second round," she said, while rubbing her arms together. He can tell she was slightly nervous. "You see, I just want to thank you for not taking all of our points earlier." Izuku blinked at the orange-haired girl. He thought back at what happened in the second round. He smiled and looked at the girl. "No need to thank me for that. I just can't find myself to take full advantage of someone who clearly can fight back. That's not my thing. It's Bakugo's," he thought after talking. "Beside, I need to apologize for what I did to Monoma earlier." The girl was confused at first, but understood what he meant and chuckled. "No, it's okay. It was a battle after all, so it's fair. And that reminds me. Why did you do that to Monoma anyway?" Izuku hummed and answered, "You see, in the second part of the obstacle race in the fall, Jiro, my classmate, was literally hanging for her life on the rope. She was holding on the rope for dear life and no one seems to be close enough to help her." Itsuka tilted her head. "What does that have to do with Monoma?" The Blacklight user's expression turned serious. He looked at the sister of Class 1B, straight in the eye, which slightly intimidated Kendo. "No one was close enough to Jiro, but one person. Monoma." He said the blonde's name with venom. The orange-haired girl's eyes widened at what Izuku said. "And looking at the smirk plastered all over his face, I can say that he was the one who pushed the rope to put Jiro off balance." Itsuka gasped in shock by the information Izuku just had said. He didn't let her talk and continued. "Look, I don't know what his problem with his class, nor I don't care if he insults me or my class. But if he ever do the same mistake on harming one of my classmates, I won't hesitate to take action," he finished. Izuku then took deep breaths and looked at the girl apologetically. "Sorry about that. I just can't stand bullies, and seeing Monoma just walk away from the rope with a smirk all over his face, I just can't let that slide. After apologizing, he bowed to the girl. Kendo took a while to respond. She then smiled and looked at the green-haired boy. I understand. Don't need to apologize about what you did. Clearly it was that dumbass fault, she said and scratched the back of her head. I was just curious why you tied Monoma up and punched him square in the face. Izuku looked at the girl with visible confusion about what she meant, but he quickly realized what she meant and chuckled. Oh yeah, I forgot that I tied him up. Man, he probably was pissed about that. She laughed, and Izuku had to stop himself from blushing for how cute her laugh was. You have no idea. Abara had to use her vines to feed him, she said while wiping a tear from her eyes. But thinking about what he did, I think he deserved it. What did he deserve? Getting tied up or getting a punch in the face? Izuku asked her. Yes. She answered quickly, making Izuku blink. Fair enough, Izuku said as they looked at each other and laughed. Their laughter was stopped when Izuku looked at the entrance of the arena. His eyes widened at the scene and had blushed a storm. Itsuka noticed this and was confused of his reaction. She looked at the direction where Izuku was looking at. As her eyes landed at the spot, she also had her eye widen and asked the question that is in the greenette's mind. Why are the girls from Class 1A wearing cheerleader outfits? Why are the girls in Class 1A wearing cheerleader outfits? A question that Izuku was also asking himself. He was in a mix of shock, surprise, confusion and happy. The latter feeling causing confusion to him. Well, who wouldn't when 6 beautiful girls are wearing cute, sexy cheerleader outfits? Though Toru was invisible, Izuku can confidently see that the girl was pretty. He had to mentally slap himself when his eyes started to look down their exposed abdomens. The girls had a mixture of depressed, gloomy and annoyed expressions on their faces, except for Toru anyway. They were tricked into wearing these outfits, and were glaring daggers at the culprit. Kaminari. You tricked us, didn't you? Momo shouted with anger. During the lunch break, Kaminari had approached them and informed them that Mr. Aizawa to tell the girls to wear cheerleader outfits for a cheerleading competition that will happen before the start of the 3rd round of the sports festival. Being oblivious to the blonde's plan, Momo made the outfits for the girls and wore them, though dejectedly on Jiro's case. Momo plopped to the ground dejectedly, disappointed at herself for falling into Kaminari's perverted scheme. Uraraka knelt to her level and comforted the vice president of 1A. That dumbass. Jiro was blushing and embarrassed as she threw the pom-poms to the ground before crossing her arms. Izuku noticed that they were glaring at Kaminari, who was blushing and giggling perversely while giving a thumbs up. It wasn't hard to guess that he was the one who planned this. Before he could scold the blonde, he heard another perverted giggle. He looked at the direction of the voice and saw the same midget he stepped on the head at the obstacle race. Izuku can see that the grape-headed midget was drooling at the outfits of the girls, and a small nosebleed can be seen in the midget's face, which made the greenette's eye twitch in irritation. He then looked at the direction of the girls and had to look away to stop himself from looking at their midriffs, failing miserably. He noticed their looks of depression and embarrassment. Sighing to himself, he approached the electrification user from behind as a thought came in his mind. Mr. Aizawa's definitely hearing about this. It was worth it, Kaminari said as the girls continued to glare at him. That is when Denki Kaminari. An ominously voice came from behind him, making him visibly flinch and started shaking. It was at this moment that he knew he fucked up. Slowly, he turned around to see the owner of the voice. There he saw Izuku, with his arm crossed and green eyes turned crimson as his left eye twitched in annoyance, clearly not amused by his actions. What do you think you're doing? Izuku asked with it in a low tone, making the blonde flinch and tremble even more. Before he could answer, he was interrupted by the greenette. I'll give exactly 10 seconds to apologize before I cut off the only thing that makes you a man. After saying that, Izuku transformed his left arm into his blade, proving his point. That made the blonde idiot flinch and unconsciously placed his hands on his crouch area. The blonde quickly got on his knees and began bowing to Izuku. I'm so sorry, Midoriya, Denki said as he bowed at Izuku. Izuku, however, pinched the bridge of his nose and sighed in annoyance. Not to me, you dimwat, to them, Izuku said and pointed to the girls, who were trying their best not to laugh at the scared look on Kaminari's face. Kaminari then turned to girls and bowed repeatedly while apologizing and promising that he will never do it again. The girls found it amusing to see this and accepted the apology, albeit reluctantly. The blonde thanked them for their kindness before running towards Kirishima and Shiro, who was rolling on the ground laughing at their friend's predicament, while Bakugo just rolled his eyes at the dunce face's stupidity and perversion. Izuku huffed and turning to the girls' direction, trying his best not to stare too much at their exposed midriffs or fit outfits or their long, slender legs, and failing miserably. "You can all go and change, there is still time before the start of the third round," Izuku said to the girls, while looking away, a blush staining his freckled cheeks. Toru and Mina noticed the greenette's reaction and smirked at this. They walked towards Izuku and hugged his arms close to their chests, making the poor boy yelp and blush even more. "Thank you, Midori, Izuku," they said as they hugged the boy. Said boy tried his best not to faint in the show of attention. That is when a pair of arms wrapped around his neck, hugging him from behind. When he turned to look back, there he saw Ochako, blushing but smiling at him. She then let go and made her way in front of Izuku and smiled. "Yeah, thank you Izuku," she said, meeting the glares of jealousy from Tsuyu, Mina and Toru, the latter not explainable but was made possible. Mina then looked at Izuku and a mischievous thought came into her mind. "So, Midori, among us girls, who do you think looks the best in cheerleader outfits?" That question caught the attention of the other five and stared at Izuku, who was blushing profusely. As the question registered in his mind, Izuku blinked. He then looked at the girls one by one. Said girls blushed as Izuku looked at them, as if he was scanning them. After a deep breath, Izuku looked at them and smiled. "I think all of you looked great in the cheerleader outfits. It looked great on all of you." He then turned his head to Toru, who was clinging on his left arm. "Even though I can't see Toru, I can tell that the outfit would suit you well." After saying all that and registering on the girl's mind, they all blushed profusely, that steam can be seen coming out of their heads. Thank you, Izuku," Ochako said, hiding her blushing face on her hands, with her pinkies out to avoid activating her quirk. "Why yeah. Thanks, Izuku, Midori," Tsuyu, Toru and Mina said in a shy voice. Thank you for the compliment, Midoriya," Momo said, a hint of pink on her cheeks. Thanks, I guess," Jiro said shyly, as she twirled her earphone jack on her finger while trying to avoid eye contact. A red tint can be seen on her face. After a few minutes, the girls made their way back to the changing room, internally squealing at the compliment that Izuku had gave them. As the girls went back to the changing room, Izuku saw Mei looking at him with teasing eyes. He glared at her and mouthed, "Say one word and no chocolate bars for you," which shut the girl up real quick, while still smirking inwardly. As that was happening, the midget glared daggers at Izuku's back while comically shedding tears of blood. "Lucky bastard," he growled at the greenette, still annoyed at the boy's luck in women. After a couple of minutes, all the students gathered around the arena. Echoing in the arena, the voice of the loudest hero, Present Mike, as he announces the participants of the recreational activities. And after the recreational activities, it's time for the third round of the sports festival. From 4 teams, 16 individuals have made it through. He paused for anticipation before yelling, "It's a tournament," Present Mike yelled as cheers from the crowd erupted. "We're pitting them against each other in one-on-one combat," he yelled, getting the crowd even more excited. Izuku zoned out for a bit as he stared at Todoroki's back. He was still upset by how the dual-haired teen said about not using his quirk in winning the sports festival. Izuku saw how every single person in his class and other classes were giving it their all in order to prove themselves to the world, and Todoroki was using 50% of his power out of spite. Izuku just can let that slide. He was cut off from his thoughts when a voice was heard beside him, making him and everyone around him look at the direction of the voice. "Excuse me." Beside Izuku was Mashirao Ojiro, quirk, tail. He has an annoyed expression on his face that made Izuku raise his eyebrows. What got him pissed? "I want to withdraw." Gasps of shock and confusion was heard throughout the arena. This made Izuku confused as well. What would make the boy give up his position in the tournament? "Ojiro, why? This is a rare chance for the pros to see you," said Iida, who faced the boy in question, who looked away from the tall boy's gaze. Sighing in defeat, Ojiro looked at his hand and clenched it. "I know it is a once-in-a-blue-moon opportunity for me to be in this tournament." He then looked down. But I was forced into this tournament without my own volition. This caused another wave of gasps of shock around the arena. Izuku had a guess and side-glanced at a figure who wasn't even listening in the conversation and just opted to stare and drool on Midnight's hero costume that left room for your imagination. The midget. Izuku had to stop himself from punting the idiot, right to the moon. The midget was really irritating and made the greenette wonder how the fuck did that poor excuse of a grape cosplayer was allowed to enter UA. Hell, how was the idiot allowed to roam in Japan at all? He looked back at Ojiro, who continued to talk. Some of you will say that I'm stupid for wasting an opportunity for withdrawing, but my pride can't handle it thinking that I wasn't given a choice to be in part of a team that was only built for one's own greedy goal, not for the team, he said and clenched his fist and gritted his teeth. As the other students of Class 1A tried to comfort and convince the tail user, Izuku thought for a bit before putting a hand on Ojiro's shoulder. "It's okay, Ojiro," said Boy looked at him, who gave him a look of sympathy and understanding. "If that's what you feel, I understand. You don't have to force yourself into this," Izuku said, locking eyes with the blonde martial artist. A small smile formed in the greenette's face, making Ojiro return one of his own. "Thank you, Midoriya," he said, feeling relieved that someone understands his situation. "You're welcome. I don't know what happened to you, but remember that this situation you had experienced will not stop you from becoming a hero. Making a decision is never easy, especially in the road of heroics. But whatever the odds are, always remember to choose the path that you think is the right choice. Nothing will stop you from choosing your own path, Mashiro." Izuku finished with a bright smile on his face. Who would have thought that a person who was a reincarnation of a person that caused a pandemic, be this wholesome? The speech from Class 1A's class president made Ojiro smile widely as he responded, "You have no idea of how grateful I am to meet you, Midoriya." "Thank you." "Likewise," Izuku said as he removed his hand from the blonde's shoulder. Everyone in the arena, even Bakugo and Todoroki, looked at Izuku with surprise. Kirishima and Tetsu were crying manly tears because of how manly Izuku's speech was. Iida was shaking, clearly moved by the greenette's speech. Shinso and Mei smiled fondly at the boys' speech. They were happy and grateful to be in the boys' team. The girls from Class 1A, even Class 1B, all stared at Izuku with slightly opened mouths and gave him a look of admiration. Even the stoic Yui Kodai and indifferent Reiko Yanagi was blushing at the boys' motivational speech. Monoma, however, still tied up, only glared at Izuku and clicked his tongue and looked away, still pissed that the green-haired boy haven't untied him yet. Midnight was smiling at Izuku warmly, looking very proud at the boy as a small blush can be seen on her face. However, the silence was interrupted when Nirengeki Shota from Class 1B also raised his hand. "I also withdraw, with the same reason as his," he said as he looked down. "It doesn't feel right to me to take the opportunity that I was forced to give in. It's not really heroic." His classmates looked at him incredulously but understand their classmate's situation. Izuku looked at Aoyama's direction, expecting him to also forfeit, only to stare at the boy with a deadpan as the boy just stare a certain direction and wink at it. Clearly not caring if his other teammates are withdrawing from the next round. Should have expected that. Izuku shook his head as he turned back to look at the front. "Well, this is highly unusual," Present Mike stated through the microphone. "It all hangs in the referee's judgment. What will Midnight decide?" Aizawa responded. Midnight stared at the whole batch of first-year students before she announced the decision. A smile of pride, not seduction or lust, but pride for how mature the youth are. And a small blush for the speech of our certain greenette. For such youthful kids to say something like that. She paused for anticipation and whipped the air. "Ojiro, Shota, I accept your withdrawal. If that is the case, then we need 2 students to move up from the 5th place Cavalry team." Midnight pondered as her eyes landed on the team that got 5th place. Itsuka Kendo, Setsuna Tokage, Reiko Yanagi and Kanoko Komori. If that's the case, instead of us who hardly did anything in the cavalry battle, why not Team Tetsu? Itsuka said as she looked at her teammates while her hands are on her hips. Her teammates agreeing to what she said. Kendo. Tetsu said, speechless much like his teammates, Abara Shiozaki, Juzo Honanuki and Yosetsu Awase. Itsuka only smiled and said, "You guys fought it fearlessly up until the end, you guys deserve it more than us." "Why you guys?" Tetsu's eyes and mouth began to quiver, clearly moved by their class president's speech. It took 5 minutes for Team Tetsu to choose who was going to advance and chose Tetsu and Obara Shiozaki to be able to participate in the third round. And with that, Tetsu and Shiozaki have moved up to the top 16, Midnight announced loudly for the crowd to hear. And now, she slashed the air with her whip. The matchups are as follows. The screen showed the brackets of whoever students will face against, so as the match number. Eliminations. Match 1. Izuku Midoriya vs Minoru Manetta. Match 2. Eijiro Kirishima vs Obara Shiozaki. Match 3. Tenya Iida vs Mei Hatsume. Match 4. Shoto Todoroki vs Honta Siro. Match 5. Mina Ishido vs Yuga Aoyama. Match 6. Hitoshi Shinso vs Denki Kaminari. Match 7. Fumikage Tokiyami vs Momo Yaoyorozu. Match 8. Katsuki Bakugo vs Tetsu. Quarterfinals. Match 9. Match 1 winner vs Match 2 winner. Match 10. Match 3 winner vs Match 4 winner. Match 11. Match 5 winner vs Match 6 winner. Match 12. Match 7 winner vs Match 8 winner. Semifinals. Match 13. Match 9 winner vs Match 10 winner. Match 14. Match 11 winner vs Match 12 winner. Finals. Match 15. Match 13 winner vs Match 14 winner. As soon as the screen popped up, Izuku immediately found his name and saw who he's up against. Minoru Manetta? If I'm not mistaken, that. He whispered to himself and slowly turned towards the direction of the midget who was still looking at Midnight's costume, clearly oblivious of what is happening in his surroundings. Izuku smirked. Oh. This'll be fun, he said and chuckled darkly. That is when a hand landed on his shoulder. Izuku looked at the owner of the hand. It was Ojiro. Midoriya, I would warn you to stay away from his balls. He paused and looked at the midget and back to Izuku. But I can see that you got this covered. Just a little favor. Izuku didn't respond, opting the tailed boy to continue with a smirk. Fuck him up, will ya, physically and mentally. The greenette smirked at the blonde boy's favor and nodded. Consider it done. He raised his fist for a fist bump, which Ojiro took as he walked away, leaving a smirking Izuku, slightly scaring the other participants. They looked at the screen and saw the person Izuku was up against and prayed for the poor guy. Kaminari looked at Manetta and turned around, better him than me, as he walked away. TIMESKIP after the recreational activities that nobody cares about. With torches lit up in flames, the crowd roaring in excitement and fireworks erupting up the sky, everyone, the finals you've all been waiting for is about to start, and here is match number 1. Present Mike yelled, adding the excitement to the roaring crowd. The screen showed the names of the first combatants. Racing and winning the obstacle race with great mastery of his quirk, while still being heroic. From obstacle race up until the end of the cavalry battle he came up in first place. Expect the unexpected from him. From the hero course, Class 1A, Izuku Midoriya. On cue, Izuku walked out of the entrance and walked towards the platform. A smile can be seen on his face. His opponent. Wait. Isn't this the one you expelled from the hero course? Present Mike asked Aizawa, who nodded. Anyway, from the general studies course, Minoru Manetta. Said student walked out with a smirk as he looked at Izuku, confident enough to think this was an easy win. Everyone, including Mirko, All Might, and Mount Lady are back on their respective seats and stared at the two students who are standing in front of each other. Here are the simple rules. Force your opponent out of bounds or immobilize them. You can also win by making your opponents say, I give up. Feel free to wound your opponent. We have Recovery Girl waiting in the wings. I hope you've left your sense of morals and decency at the door. I'll stop the match if it goes too far, Cementos announced after creating a solid chair at the far side of the arena. Izuku began relaxing his muscles and nerves by taking a deep breath. He looked at his opponent who just looked at him with a smirk. Immobilize, huh? Let's see if you can escape this, the midget said as he picked a purple ball off of his head. Izuku didn't react and just waited for the go signal as he channeled Blacklight on his arms. Start. Izuku dashed forward and used tendrils to try to capture the midget, but the grape-haired boy pulled another purple ball and threw it towards him, sticking on his arms. He immediately detached the tendrils from his limbs, letting it fall to the ground and jumped to the side, now on the left side of the midget who kept throwing his balls at him. Like before, Izuku used his tendrils and tried to deflect the balls, only for it to stick onto the outstretched tendril. Izuku discarded the tendril once again and jumped up using glide to propel himself into the air. He was shocked when a barrage of purple balls came towards his direction and hit him on his feet, making him fall to the ground and get stuck on the ground. He was immobilized by the midget. Ojiro and the girls from Class 1A were shocked to see Izuku got trapped with the balls. Bakugo smirked at the stupidity of the greenette. Ha! Got too overconfident. Serves him right, he yelled, earning a glare from all the girls and Ojiro. This is the person who got first place. Pathetic. Monoma said as he laughed maniacally, only to get chopped on the back of the neck by Itsuka. Izuku tried to move his feet, to no avail. Across from Manetta was standing triumphantly, a smirk plastered on his face. Midoriya, can you move? Midnight asked the green-haired boy, who tried to move his legs one more time. The boy looked at her with a smirk. No, but I can still fight, Izuku said to the heroine with a smile on his face. Are you sure? Midnight asked with worry. She was secretly rooting for the boy to win against the midget, because she'd like to see Izuku win the whole sports festival and she want to see the grapehead get smashed like grape juice for perving on her in public. Trust me. Is only what Izuku said, and she nodded. She continued the match as Izuku looked at Manetta with a smile. You might want to forfeit now, Manetta, the greenette said, confusing the general ed. student. Huh? Me? Forfeit? Are you stupid? You can't even move your legs? Why would I want to surrender when I'm clearly winning? The midget scowled at Izuku, who reached in his pocket and pulled out a green reverse Uno card, further confusing the midget. Yup. He's dead. Kaminari yelled out of the blue, confusing the people around him. Todoroki stared at the arena, carefully observing Izuku, waiting for the boy to make a move. It's because I'm a pack leader. Saying that, Izuku's eyes turned red and suddenly the two piles of biomass on the concrete floor began to shift and move, making the crowd gasp in shock. It suddenly moved upward and separated from each other, making the two piles turn into 4 piles. The piles began growing taller and taller up until it was 6 to 7 feet tall, towering over the oblivious midget. The biomass then morphed into 4 hulking beasts crouched on all fours. It was the creatures that Midoriya summoned in USJ, but this is different, thought Midnight, who examined the creatures. Said creatures are bulkier than the last ones and this are obviously larger. Manetta was getting impatient for not getting the answer he wanted and was about to yell at Izuku when he heard a growl from behind him, making him flinch. He slowly turned around and paled on what he saw. 4 hulking monsters growling at him. He was visibly shaking on the terrifying sight and was about to pull another ball, when his balls won't detach from his head. Wah! He was cut off when Izuku began talking. No use trying to use your quirk, I erased it, Izuku said as his hair began floating and eyes glowed crimson. Brawler hunters, let's make grape juice. The brawler hunters smirked and began dashing towards the scared midget who tried to run away only to be grabbed by a tendril Izuku launched at him. The brawlers began thrashing the midget around the arena and every single one of the qualifiers cringed as they witnessed the clearly one-sided, or should I say, 5-sided battle. An uncharacteristic high-pitched squeal can be heard echoing around the arena. Even with the violence shown in the arena, the crowd roared in excitement and even chanted, "Let's go, brawlers." As if it was a basketball game. Izuku began to question if all the people in the crowd are sane or what. After the thrashing, the brawlers left the barely conscious Manetta, who was bloodied, bruised, beaten up and whimpering like a baby, and went towards Izuku, who pet them like a dog. One by one they turned back into biomass and entered Izuku's body, like the hunters from before, until there were no more brawlers in the field. Midnight was shocked at the match, if you could even call it that. She almost felt bad for the midget, almost. She then approached the whimpering Manetta to see if he was even conscious. Seeing the boy unconscious, she raised her hand. Manetta is unconscious. Midoriya advances to the next round. She stuttered out a yell, earning a roar of excitement and applaud from the same crowd. She then approached Izuku, who was still stuck in the purple balls. "Congratulations, Midoriya," she said to the boy. Izuku gave her a smile and bowed. "Thank you, Miss Midnight." Midnight smiled at the boy. She was about to ask the boy on how he was going to get out of the purple balls, when black and red tendrils began to cover his trapped legs, and after a couple of minutes his legs are free and purple balls nowhere to be seen. She shook off her shock and looked at the boy incredulously. If you can do that, why didn't you escape the purple balls earlier? She asked the boy, who just looked at her with a smirk on his face. Where's the fun in that? He asked the heroine, who laughed slightly at him. Oh, she was going to like hanging out with this boy. Her laughter was cut off when Izuku's eyes widened and a blush was visible on his face. He turned his face towards Manetta and looked at the unconscious teen with disgust in his eyes. That pervert. Excuse me, Miss Midnight. I need to take this idiot to Nezu. Izuku walked towards Manetta's body and grabbed his leg and began dragging him. Midnight was confused by this and voiced out his confusion. What? Why would you need to bring him to Nezu? Somehow, part of my quirk allows me to absorb other people's DNA and see through their memories. He paused and looked at Midnight, who was waiting for him to continue. And looking over his memories, he blushed even harder and looked away. Let's just say, he did some things that are worth it of a proper expulsion, he said, and left after seeing the heroine nod. Midnight was still confused but just shrugged it off. She'll just ask Nezu what it was about. We'll be having a 5-minute break in order to clean the arena, she announced. It took Izuku 25 minutes to get back with the class. He had just came back from getting Manetta expelled, and right now he wants to be struck by a memory erasing quirk. For obvious reasons. Remembering what he saw in that grape scum's memories is outright despicable. Izuku, over here. He was snapped out of his trance and looked at the direction of the voice. There he saw Ochako waving at him. Izuku had to stop a blush that was beginning to spread on his face. Those memories really messing with his mind right now. After calming himself down, Izuku walked over to Ochako and sat down next to her and Iida. Where have you been, Midoriya? Iida asked him while wiping his glasses before putting them on again, and looked at Izuku. I had to talk to Nezu about something I learned about my opponent. Izuku said as shook his head, trying to remove the 18+ memories in his head. What did you learn? Ochako asked him while scooting closer to him. This made Izuku blush slightly as the memories began to come back. He desperately tried to remove the memories away from his mind. Hey, what did I miss? He asked her, ignoring the question, as he looked at the arena and saw Todoroki and Shiro standing face to face. It's the 4th match now, he pondered. After your match, the Vine girl from Class 1B fought Kirishima and won by wrapping him with her vines and throwing him out of the platform. Then Iida fought your teammate in the Cavalry battle, the girl from Support Course. Iida won by Ochako was skeptical about how to tell Izuku how Mei won and looked at Iida, who was slightly shaking. But before she could talk, Izuku cut her off. Let me guess. Mei gave Iida support items and all hell broke loose, Izuku said, looking at her. Iida flinched and dropped his head in shame. Ochako could only nod. The green-haired sighed and pinched the bridge of his nose. Damn it, Mei, I told you to take the sports festival seriously, he grumbled. Ochako curiously looked at Izuku. Are you too close? She asked Izuku, making him look at her, and smiled a bit. Yeah, Mei was my first friend, Izuku said as he looked at the arena. There he saw Shiro wrapping Todoroki with his tape and hurled him away. Ochako was about to talk when suddenly a large pillar of ice began growing onto their direction, its sharp edge almost going through her. Before it could pierce them, Izuku used his shield to block the incoming ice. That was close. Are you okay, Chako? If Izuku hadn't done that, they would have ended up becoming a popsicle. Said girl was shaking in fear and shock. Who wouldn't when you were 3 seconds away from becoming a skewered mochi? Ochako did her best to nod her head and leaned on Izuku's shoulder, not really registering the closeness or the intimate nickname he just gave her. Izuku didn't react and just glared at Todoroki, who was melting the ice, and walked away like nothing. He and I will have a little chat in our match. Just wait, you poor excuse of a candy cane, he thought as he unconsciously wrapped his arm around Ochako in a protective way and gently rubbed his hands on her hair. This action made a couple of eyes twitch, in jealousy. You win this round, Ochako Uraraka, Gravity Girl. Similar thought by the other girls in the hero course as they look at the girl leaning on Izuku's shoulder, secretly wishing that it was them in her position. They will have their chance in some way or another. Man, I lost without me knowing it. Denki Kaminari exclaimed in indignation as he slumped his shoulders as he sat down on his chair. He had fought against Hitoshi Shinso and thought that it would be an easy win for him. How did I even lost? He asked himself as Kirishima pats his shoulder, trying to comfort the electrification user. Izuku looked at Shinso, who just looked away, feeling bad for the blonde boy. Both of them couldn't help but snicker at how easy it had been to make Kaminari respond to the sleep-deprived teen. Flashback. As midnight starts the match, Kaminari began covering his body with electricity. As he was about to release the attack, the sleep-deprived boy said something. Idiot says what? He quickly said, making the boy look at him in confusion. Wah! And everything went blank. Shinso smirked, walk off the ring. Saying that, making Denki turn around and walking off the platform. As he exits the ring, Midnight's voice echoed in the arena, knocking the brainwashed boy out of his daze. Kaminari is out of bounds. Shinso wins. The crowd was confused of what happened but cheered eventually. Kaminari was in a mix of shock and confusion. Flashback ends. Yaoyorozu is out of bounds. Tokiyami advances to the next round. Midnight's voice echoed in the arena, making Izuku snap out of his trance and turn to look at the arena. Momo just stood there looking shocked and disappointment. She faced off against Fumikage Tokiyami and lost to the avian boy. He had used Dark Shadow to force Momo to go out of bounds, before she could even counter his attacks. Without a word, she looked down and slowly walked towards the exit of the arena. Izuku couldn't help but look at the Ravenette's back. There were a number of feelings that was very familiar with him. Defeat, sadness, frustration, and hopelessness, just for starters. All of this which he became well acquainted with at the young age of 4. Growing up quirkless in this world made that inevitable and inescapable. Though after meeting Alex Mercer, those feelings were nothing but fragments of his past self. After inheriting the Blacklight virus now turned quirk, the feeling of defeat and disappointment was washed up by the fact that he had grew in just a short period of time. He looked back at the exit of the arena and saw that the next contestants are up next. The Steelix ripoff, Tetsu from Class 1B, and the Typlosion Primape reject, Katsuki Bakugo. Jokingly thinking that Bakugo will win, because he had a type advantage. Izuku then looked around the seats and saw that Tokiyami had returned, but no sign of Momo. And for some reason, it worried him. The green-haired boy knew well that they rarely talk and only talked when it comes to academics and hero studies. But his heroic nature couldn't bear to see the look on her face. He couldn't just sit there and do nothing. He stood up, making Ochako and Iida, who was sitting next to him, look at him in confusion. You okay, Izuku? The gravity girl asked as she looked at Izuku as he walks away, but took a look back to her direction. My match is after this, I need to prepare. Izuku lied as he smiled sheepishly before continuing, I'll watch it in the prep room. Izuku already knew who the winner of the match is, so it didn't really matter if he watches or not. Ochako and Iida just nod at the Blacklight user. That makes sense. Good luck on your match later, Midoriya. Iida said as he fixed his glasses. Yeah, good luck, Izuku, she said as she waved her hand at him. Izuku nodded before running off the bleachers. Seeing Izuku nowhere to be seen, the girls, Mina, Toru and Tsuyu, began to surround Ochako, making her back off a bit and Iida getting pushed off his seat. Sue, how did it feel? Mina asked her while looking at her with a teasing look, but a jealous tone can be verified in the Pinket's voice. The question confused Ochako, making her furrow her eyebrows. What do you mean, how did it feel? She asked the Pinket. What else? Izuku's shoulder, Toru exclaimed, not hiding her jealousy as she flailed her arms in an energetic gesture. Ochako was still confused. What does Izuku's shoulder have to do with th? That thought was overtaken as the memory of her leaning onto Izuku as he hugs him protectively entered her mind. Making the gravity girl blush a storm as she recalled how close Izuku was and how she felt safe and comfortable in the Greenette's arms. And how she almost unconsciously purred when Izuku began stroking her brown bob-cut hair. The girl's left eye twitched in annoyance at Ochako's reaction but didn't say a word as they looked at the zero-gravity user in a scrutinizing way. Ochako began unconsciously touching her index fingers together as she stuttered a response. Well, it felt warm and soft. It felt like I was leaning over a large, soft pillow. I almost fell asleep on his shoulder. She paused before smiling a bit. When he wrapped his arm over me and hugged me, I felt safe and protected. Izuku made me feel that he was there for me and he was afraid to lose me. She said as she remembered the large iceberg that almost stabbed her in the head and how Izuku pulled her close as he shielded her from the ice pillar. Ochako suddenly covered her face with her hands, with her pinkies up to avoid an accidental activation of her quirk and making herself float out of the atmosphere of the earth, as she began to squeal in excitement and glee. Her squeal made the trio and Kyokujiro, who was absolutely not eavesdropping at the conversation, look at her with raised eyebrows. Well, if you describe it that way, I now want to lean over Izuku's shoulder. Hiro, she said bluntly as a tint of a pink blush can be visible on her cheeks. Mina, Toru and Jiro, who still wasn't eavesdropping, nodded in agreement as they all imagined themselves leaning against our protagonist's shoulder and as Class 1A girls look like weirdos in front of their other classmates in the stands, Izuku had made it to the entrance point to the arena. But Momo was nowhere to be found. He started to wander the halls, hoping she didn't leave the stadium grounds altogether. Where is she? I can't find her, Izuku said as he looked around, searching for the Ravenet. Sniff. Looking to his left, around the corner was the rich girl herself. Sitting against the wall of a deserted hallway, a hand over her mouth to stifle her sobs, tears flowing down her face, was Yaoyorozu Momo. This was where the Blacklight user stopped dead in his tracks. I'm so useless. He heard her say between sobs, I shouldn't have choose this course in the first place. Being a hero is not for me. It broke his heart seeing her like this. He couldn't even handle when his own mother cried, and he is now witnessing one of his female classmates crying in distress and in a verge of giving up. Izuku took a deep breath before taking a step closer to the creation user. Momo, he called out, easily making the girl jump in shock and looked at him. Her eyes widened in shock, believing that no one would come down this unused hallway. She was even shocked to see not Jiro, not Uraraka, or any of the girls of Class 1A to show up, but Izuku to come at her. The green-haired boy stopped next to her and sat down, further confusing the Ravenet. He just sat there in silence as Momo just stared at him. Just as she was about to ask him what he was doing her, Izuku talked first. It hurts, doesn't it? He said, making the girl next to him look at him in confusion. It hurts to lose, right? Momo looked away after Izuku said that, and tears began to gather on her eyes when he continued. I understand how you're feeling right now. Izuku was about to continue when Momo snapped at him. How would you get what I'm feeling right now? You won your match while I lost. You made your match look easy while I didn't even get a chance to think of a counterattack. How can you say that you understand how I feel when you don't have any idea of how I feel? She yelled at the boy who just looked down, deep in thought. She then saw him sigh and looked at his palm. He was quiet for a bit before he started talking. I don't know if I already told you or class this, but for 10 of my life I didn't have a quirk. That made Momo's eyes widen. She didn't get a chance to ask him what he meant when he continued. I always wanted to be a hero. I always wanted to help and save people with a smile on my face, like All Might. But being quirkless made it seem impossible. He paused and clenched his fist. Because of that dream, I was bullied, beaten, made fun at and called names. Heck, I was even told to kill myself to get a quirk in my next life. Which I did. He whispered the last line but the girl next to him heard it. Momo's face showed so many different emotions but the most notably is shock. Izuku, you felt all that? That's when I unlocked my quirk. After that I did everything I can to be the best version of myself. He looked at Momo who had stopped crying and was looking at him. He smiled softly, making the girl blush a little which made him chuckle. I think what I'm saying is, I didn't let my past or mistakes take the best of me. Instead, I worked hard to improve and become the hero I always wanted to be. He then stood up and looked down at the Ravenet. If I can do it, you can too. This is just the first sports festival and your loss only implies that you still have room for improvement and potential to become the best hero you want to be. After all, You are the one who beat me in the quirk apprehension test. He paused and reached out his hand to the girl, which she took and let him pull her up. Seeing her stand up on her own, he smiled. And you're the person who can summon a literal cannon. You hear me? Freaking cannon, he said while making exaggerated movements which made the girl giggle at his silly display of goofiness. That made him smile wider. Not to mention you're smart and beautiful, he thought to himself, but quickly clasped his mouth when he saw her blush a storm. He was about to talk again when Momo hugged him. Izuku blushed as he felt a soft, warm mass touch and got squished on his chest while her arms were wrapped around his neck. Thank you, she said, slightly muffled as her face was placed on the crook of his neck. This made him blush even more and had to stop a shiver when he felt her warm breath touch his skin. Trying to calm himself as images from the graphist's memories entered his mind, he mentally slapped himself. You're welcome, Momo, he said as he slowly hugged the taller girl back. Momo then let go of the hug, but her arms are still on his neck. She looked at Izuku, who was still blushing. Her eyes' black irises were caught by his greens and made her blush. As they looked at each other's eyes, their vision then looked down at the other's lips and back to the other's eyes. They failed to notice their faces getting closer to each other until they were only inches away from each other. Momo slowly closed her eyes and leaned forward, and Izuku mirrored her action. Their lips slowly began to move closer. And closer. And closer. And clo. Will Izuku, Midoriya and Obara Shiozaki come to the arena, please? Present Mike's voice echoed, making the two teens pause and open their eyes. They noticed that they were only an inch away from each other and they scrambled away from each other, blushes intensifying. OMG, I almost kissed him, her. They thought simultaneously as they look away from each other. Izuku then remembered that his name was called and was about to walk towards the entrance when a hand grabbed the sleeve of his PE uniform, for some reason made his heart skip a beat. He looked the direction of Momo, who was still blushing slightly, smiled at him. Izuku smiled back at her but was caught off guard when she pulled him close, and kissing him on the cheek. He touched his cheek and looked at the raven-haired girl, who looked at him and smiled while blushing. That's for good luck, I'll be rooting for you. Win your fight, okay, she said as she turned and walked to the rest of the class, slightly swaying her hips. Yes, ma'am, he said quietly as a goofy grin crept on his face. He then shook his head and turned to the entrance of the arena. He still has a match to win. As Present Mike announced the next fighters, Izuku looked back at the crowd and saw that Momo was there sitting next to Jiro. Izuku noticed her look at him and gave him a thumbs up and smiled. He blushed and nodded at the girl's direction and looked back at her opponent, not seeing the jealous looks of the other girls in her class and his sister class 1B. Our green-haired protagonist stared at Shiozaki, who had her hands in a praying position with her eyes closed. Before midnight starts the match, Izuku spoke up. I wish you good luck, Shiozaki. Let's give it out all, he said, giving a small smile at the Vine user. Said girl opened her eyes and looked at him and smiled back. I also wish you good luck, Midoriya. Midnight looked at the competitors and asked if they are both ready, getting nods from the two. Well then, the first match of the quarter-final. Start. With a sound of whiplash echoing in the arena, Izuku ran forward to Obara, who had her vines quickly slither towards him. As the vines were about to touch Izuku, his right arm turned into his blade and swiftly cut the incoming vines. The action shocked Obara, but she didn't let it show and sent another wave towards Izuku. Seeing another volley of vines coming at his way, Izuku began slicing and tearing with his blade as he moved closer to the vine girl, who was having trouble keeping calm as the boy kept on cutting the vines she launched at him. In a desperate move, Shiozaki tried to cover herself with her vines only to see Izuku, who was in front of her, vanish. She was about to look around when she felt her hair vines fall off to the ground as a cold, sharp object touched her neck and a strong arm hugging her from behind. Obara looked down, and saw Izuku's blade and arm around her. Yield, a low tone said on her ear. She quickly recognized it as Izuku, and hearing it made her shiver. I give up, she said. The blade on her neck transformed into a normal arm and it let go of her as Midnight announces. Shiozaki yielded. Midoriya advances to the semifinals. the heroine said, earning a roar of cheers from the crowd. The girls of 1A also cheered for loudly at the green-haired boy's victory. Izuku walked in front of her and reached out his right hand for a handshake. "That was a good match, Shiozaki," he said as he smiled at the girl. The girl looked at the hand and then at the boy. She smiled and took his hand to shake it. "Good match. You have come victorious over me. I must admit that you are the better competitor." She frowned a bit and looked down. Izuku took back his hand and looked at her. He then shook his head. "Don't sell yourself short, Shiozaki. You did great," he said to the religious girl, but seeing that she is still down, he thought of something and said it. "If it makes you feel better. You look good with your hair cut short," he said. That made the vine user look up to him and slowly moved her hand to her hair. Vines. Her eyes went wide when she felt her vines were cut short. She blushed. The compliment just registered in her brain. "Thank you, Midoriya," she said, touching her hair vines. Izuku gave her a smile and began to turn away. "Well, I need to go and rest for my next match. See you around," he said. "Good luck with your other match," Shiozaki said to the boy, who gave her one last smile before he walked away, leaving her to turn away the other entrance. She smiled softly as she touched her now short hair vines as she remembered his compliment. Suddenly, the memory of Izuku with his arm hugging him came into her mind, and how warm he felt while he was holding him. It made her blush as she exited the arena. She stopped to a corner as she placed her hands in a praying pose. "Lord, forgive me for I have sinned," she said as she placed her hand on her chest, feeling her heartbeat rapidly pulsing as she remembered the greenette's touch and voice. But that was so hot. At the other end of the exit, Izuku was walking in the hallways of the stadium as he took a bite out of the protein bars he had in his pockets. He was proud of himself about winning against Shiozaki without hurting the vine user. Izuku didn't really like to hurt his classmates and schoolmates, with the exception of the grape-headed pervert, the blonde psychopath from 1B, and the angry Pomeranian they call Katsuki Bakugo. So he will try to fight and win without hurting them too hard, or try not to hurt anyone if possible. He was cut off his trance when a booming voice called out to him from behind. "There you are. I have been looking everywhere for you, boy," the voice said, making Izuku stop on his tracks and look at the owner of the voice. He was shocked and surprised to see who the owner of the voice is. Endeavor. In the middle of the hallway, Izuku stared at the number 2 hero himself, Endeavor. The greenette began to wonder why the man had been seeking his presence. What can I do for you, Mr. Endeavor?" Izuku asked as politely as possible. Not really a fan of the pro hero's methods of arrest. And if Shoto was telling the truth, then this man is not a great husband. Said man didn't answer and just looked at him from head to toe, whilst walking circles around him. While the man kept his scrutinizing eyes at the boy, Izuku began to grow uncomfortable and annoyed at the man. As he was about to talk, Endeavor beat him to it. You're the one, boy," he said, nodding to himself, making Izuku look at him with confusion. "Pardon?" Izuku asked, clearly confused. "You're the one. You're the perfect test for my son," the flaming man said, and as Izuku was about to talk, he continued. "Though your quirk is nothing like All Might's, but that is not a problem. You will be the best tool for him to push past his limits, give him the fight of his life, and get him to use his gifted flames. And he will surpass that bastard All Might, and you will be the tool to make that happen. Do you understand?" Before Izuku could respond, Endeavor huffed and turned and walked away from the boy. Izuku was annoyed by this, and his eye twitching can justify it. The audacity of him to talk to him, tell him what to do and turn away from him. He will not let that slide, number 2 hero be damned. But before he could do an irrational decision, a thought entered his mind. He grinned at the thought and looked at the retreating form of the man. "You know, it's rude to walk away from someone before they could talk back," he said calmly as he looked at the man, who stopped and looked at him. "I know you and Todoroki don't have the best relationship as father and son, but come on. Don't drag me in your family problem. If you want him to surpass All Might, then make him fight him one-on-one." Quote. He saw the man glare at him and Izuku just inwardly smirked at the man. "But you're right, he needs to stop holding back and using half of his quirk. It's disrespectful to everyone in the sports festival who are giving their all to show their skills, me included. I'll make him use his fire in our match." He paused and could see Endeavor perk up. He smirked and turned away from the man. "Though that would be such a waste of energy since he won't be able to beat me even with his fire." As he took a step he felt the temperature of the hallway grew higher and made him look at the man. "You speak blasphemy, child." The man yelled at Izuku. There he saw Endeavor become a literal human torch and was gritting his teeth as he glared daggers at him. Izuku just looked at the man with a deadpan and sighed. He activated Mr. Aizawa's quirk and erased the unnecessary bonfire before the sprinklers activated. The fire in the number 2 hero's body was put out but the teeth-breaking grit was still there. Izuku blinked deactivating erasure and looked at the sneering pro hero. Looking at the man with a curious look. "Huh. You should keep your fire away from your face, Endeavor. That fire mustache you wear looks ridiculous," he said blankly. Endeavor snatched the boy's collar and pulled him closer. "He has veins appearing in his—" "You want to say that again, brat?" From the tone of his voice, Izuku can tell that he hit a nerve there. Izuku didn't even flinch in the volume of the man's voice. "What? You got offended by that? You can't take a simple joke. No wonder you're only number 2. As he said that, the man raised his arm and curled it into a fist. Before the man could do anything to assault the boy, Izuku stopped him. "I won't do that if I were you," he said and glanced at a certain direction. Endeavor shortly after followed the direction where Izuku is looking at. The flame hero's eyes grew a large proportion when he saw a security camera pointing at their direction and with the red LED light glowing, indicating it was on. He was being watched, the talk, him losing cool and him almost hitting a student just for calling his fire mustache ridiculous. Well, it is ridiculous. Slowly he let go of the boy while still looking at the camera. As Izuku was released, he fixed his PE uniform and placed his hands in his pockets. "Well, that stopped you," he said as he walked away. "You know what, Endeavor? You have the potential to surpass All Might, but you need to find out what that potential is, instead of making your son do it for you. Last time I checked, you're still a human. Like me, like Shoto and like All Might. But don't worry. I'll make sure he uses his left side." He stopped walking and turned back to Endeavor, because if he doesn't, he'll lose his right limbs. He said as he channeled Blacklight on his eyes, making his pupils turn crimson and sclera pitch black just to prove a point. He turned away while turning off his quirk and began walking away. As he was about to turn a corner, he looked back at the man and said, "Oh, and use a tic-tac for God's sake, cuz your breath stinks." In an alleyway in Hosu City. "This is the Hosu Police Department. We need backup immediately," a man said from a phone that is left with blood stains as the owner of the device groans in pain. The owner can be seen near the phone. An armored-clad man with the letters, "ING," printed on his left shoulder, lay bloodied in the concrete ground, severely injured as a tall figure towered over him, looking at the damage he had dealt to the man on the ground. Fame. Money. No matter where y'all look, they've got the nerve to go by the name, "Oh, heroes." An eerie voice said as he chuckled darkly. "Not one of you bastards is a damn hero." The figure then walking away from the body as he continued to talk. "Only he is. The only one who's allowed to do me in. Huh." He breathed heavily as he licked off the blood on his blade with a sinister grin. As All Might. Back in UA Arena after a series of matches, some quick, brutal, harmless and amazing, we see our green-haired protagonist, Izuku Midoriya, in the arena walking to the arena, and on the opposite side, Shoto Todoroki, who had beaten Tenya Iida in the 10th match. Todoroki had his eyes glued on Izuku, who had his eyes closed while his hands are in his pockets. The two boys stayed that way as President Mike announced the combatants. For the first match of the semifinals, the boy who literally had frozen all of the students in his way and almost catching the 10 mil headband from the Cavalry battle. From the hero course, the Ice Prince of Class 1A, give it up for Shoto Todoroki. And on the other side, the boy who literally made a banger in the obstacle race and outsmarted everyone in the Cavalry battle, earning him and his team first place on both rounds. From the hero course, Master Strategist of Class 1A and my pick to win the whole sports festival. Give it up for Izuku Midoriya. Torches igniting, crowd cheering, students and heroes watching as the two combatants stopped inside the ring of the stadium, few feet away from each other. Katsuki Bakugo looked at his two rival, well self-proclaimed rivals, before he walked away to the waiting area to prepare for his match against our resident brainwasher, Hitoshi Shinso. Everyone in the crowd were looking intently at the duo and began talking to each other, trying to guess who would win the match. Some say that Todoroki will win, because he was Endeavor's son, and some say Midoriya because he won both the obstacle race and cavalry battle. In the crowd with Class 1A, the class began to debate on who would win. Iida, who do you think will win? Ochako Uraraka asked to her friend, who quickly began thinking. I'd want to say Todoroki, but seeing how Midoriya outsmarted everyone in the cavalry battle and manhandled Manetta in the first round, I think the victor will be Midoriya, he said, earning a nod from most of the class. I don't know. Todoroki hasn't been touched yet, even you Iida. And you're the fastest in the class, Kirishima said, looking at the tall boy. I'm with Kirishima here. Did you see him easily beat Honta or Lee? Ow! Kaminari yelped as a hand landed on his temple. The callback was not necessary, Kaminari, Siro said with a tick mark on his forehead, really not liking the way his loss was brought up. As the two argue, Momo looked at the two boys in the arena. She began thinking all the possibilities and the possible scenarios. In every scenario, she saw the same outcome. It's Izuku's win, she said out of the blue, making the class look at him. Todoroki may have easily beaten both Iida and Siro, but let's not forget the fact that Izuku also defeated his opponents with minimal effort, and he is yet to show all of his skills. Yao Momo's right. Izuku hasn't showed us everything that he got, Toru said, with both Mina and Ochako agreeing. Also, isn't he the one who defeated the Nomu back in USJ? Ribbit, Suyu asked with her index finger on her chin. That's what the teachers said, but seeing the brawler he summoned earlier, I'll say he did. Kyoka Jiro joined the conversation. Every male student minus Izuku, Katsuki and Shoto looked at the girls as they converse on a conversation about Izuku and saw the blushes on their face. The boys deadpanned as they began to think simultaneously. Simps. As Class 1A were conversing, they failed to notice a floating ear near them. The ear began floating to the other side of the seats, attaching back to its owner, Setsuna Tokage. So, what did those 1A brats said about themselves? Monoma said, still tied up in the Izuku's tendrils. She looked at her annoying classmate. They were just debating who would win in the next match, Setsuna said, making the whole class look at her with interest. Who care about who will be the winner? Class 1B will always be Superi, URK. He was cut off as a chop landed on his neck, knocking him unconscious. Itsuka sighed and looked at Setsuna. Who did they think will win? This question made the class even more interested. Some say it's Todoroki, but most of them said Midoriya will win since he defeated the Nomu in USJ. She said as she thought about it for a second and continued, and now that I think about it, I think Midoriya will be the winner. Why yeah, I think Midoriya will win this one. He's smart and was the one who made the plan for us to escape and defeat the villain in USJ. Kanoko stuttered out, earning a nod from Nirengeki, Abara and Itsuka. He outsmarted everyone in the cavalry battle, thinking ahead of all of us when he used his quirk to hide the headband in his head. Slightly unsettling but smart. A black-skinned boy, Shitai Kuroiro said. Says the person who can literally enter one-person shadow, said Kosei Subaraba in a deadpan tone. A tick mark appeared on the black user. The call-out was not necessary, airhead, he growled at the solid air user. What did you call me? Kosei growled back as they butted heads, making everyone in their class minus an unconscious Monoma sigh. As the crowd diverse in conversations and debates on who will win, Izuku just stood there with his eyes still closed. I'd suggest that you use both your sides this round, Todoroki, Izuku said, making the dual-haired boy look at him intently. And why is that? Todoroki asked as he narrowed his eyes to the greenette. The heterochromia-eyed boy saw Izuku's face slowly form a small smirk before he opened his eyes. Because you'll need both of them to survive, Izuku said in an eerie voice, sending shivers to every single person in the arena, even Endeavor. Snapping out of his trance, Todoroki just huffed, we'll see about that. After looking at the boys, Midnight walked to his podium and began the match. Are both competitors ready? Seeing both nod, Midnight whipped the air. And as soon as she done that, ice from Shoto appeared and quickly making its move to Izuku. Todoroki looked bored and wanted to end this as quickly as possible, but as the ice was meters away from Izuku, it stopped. It was erased. As soon as the ice stopped, Izuku ran toward the Todoroki with his arm turning into muscle mass. Todoroki tried to summon another wave of ice, but to no avail as Izuku was staring at him, eyes glowing a red glint. Shoto couldn't do anything but tried to dodge a punch on his stomach, sending him tumbling backward, so strong that he almost fell off the ring. If it weren't for the last-second ice wall, half hot, half cold coming in clutch. But his relief was quickly gone as a tendril wrapped on his right side and was pulled toward the center of the ring, meeting a round hose kick at the side of the face, sending him to the side. Landing on his feet, he began to summon another wave of ice, only this time nothing came out. Damn it, he erased it again. Really? You tried and failed before. What makes you think it'll work this time? Izuku said as he ran toward the boy and sent a muscle mass-enhanced haymaker on his face. Todoroki dodged, albeit barely, and froze his outstretched arm. Izuku raised an eyebrow but shrugged it off as he used his frozen arm to punch his opponent. As soon as it hit, Todoroki regretted freezing it. He tumbled back as he fell down his knees, clutching his bruised cheek. That felt like I was hit by a frozen meat. He shook off his thoughts and sent another wave towards the green-haired boy. This one was faster than the previous ones. But even with speed, it just stopped not even a meter away from him. For someone who is supposed to be from the recommendations, you sure are one-trick pony, Izuku said in a bored tone. Hair floating as erasure activated. Big talk. For someone with frozen limbs. Todoroki grunted as he shakily stood up, almost falling down because of the pain. Izuku just looked at his frozen arm and shrugged as he turned it into hammerfists, breaking the ice surrounding it and freeing himself. You were saying? He said, earning a jaw drop from the ice user. With only your ice you can't beat me, Todoroki. Why don't you the other half of your quirk? Your fire. Izuku emphasizes the fire to make the heterochromia-eyed boy do it, but just received a sneer of hate. So that's how it is. My dad arranged this, didn't he? He asked as he glared at Izuku. I will never use his fire. It's your fire, Todoroki. You're the one who manifested it. You're the one who will use it, not him, not your dad, not Endeavor. Izuku said calmly, but inside his losing patience. I will never use his power. Todoroki yelled at Izuku, who just looked down. Not waiting for a response, he sent a wave of ice to the Blacklight user. This time, successfully encasing him. Everyone was shocked at this. After a solid 5 seconds, Midnight began to talk, albeit hesitantly. Midoriya is immobilized. Todoroki, she was cut off when she heard a thump coming from the iceberg. They all witness as the ice released loud thumping sounds. Thump 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 and silence. Crash. The top of the ice shattered with a loud crash as a green and red blur sprung out the ice. Everyone looked at the arena as Izuku landed on a crouching position. His head was down, but Todoroki could see the calm yet terrifying expression that their class rep is wearing. If you're not going to use your left side, Izuku said, pausing as red and black tendrils covered his left arm until it turned into his blade. Then I'll be taking it off you, Izuku said as he slowly stood up, looked at Todoroki with a blank expression which sent chill to everyone watching him. Not waiting for Izuku to move, he sent a wave of ice to the class rep only for it to be sliced cleanly in half, diagonally. His eyes widened as Izuku began sprinting towards him, while releasing red liquid out of his body. Whatever that red liquid is, it is helping him move faster, and it scared him. He was about to use his quirk when Izuku suddenly disappeared and reappeared on his left side. He saw Izuku raise his bladed hand in a slicing motion. Shoto panicked and moved backward, barely dodging the slash as Izuku slashed a small cut on his shoulder. The cut was small, but it was bleeding. He looked back at Izuku and saw the blood on the greenette's blade was absorbed with the help of red and black tendrils. He noticed Izuku halted to a stop and looked thoughtful, before nodding to himself. Interesting. Izuku whispered as he retracted his blade and looked at Todoroki. He noticed that the boy was shivering and covered with small ice patches. You're shivering, Todoroki. Looks like you're at your limit. He paused for a bit before talking once again. You're shivering and bleeding, but couldn't land a hit on me, and that last one was a free hit. You should give up now. Not only in this match but also in the hero course. That made the crowd gasp in shock at the boy's words, but Izuku just ignored it and continued. You saw what happened in USJ. Villains attacked us and didn't hold back. Do you really think your ice will be enough to fight against villains and save people at the same time? Todoroki didn't answer, so Izuku continued. Just because you don't have the best relationship with Endeavor, that doesn't mean that you can just use half of your power. Izuku then pointed at the crowd. Shinso from General Studies, he's doing his best to make it into the hero course. Mei from the support course sacrificed her chance to win just to show Japan her great inventions, and Ochako, she wanted to win the sports festival to support her parents and give them a better life. Every person mentioned were shocked, surprised and moved by Izuku's speech. We all came to UA with one goal in mind. To become heroes in our own way. But to do that, we need to use our full strength to do it. He paused and looked at the young Todoroki. So what's it going to be? Will you shelter yourself in grief and half-ass out of spite, or will you use your power to become the hero you always wanted to be? At that time, after Izuku said that, Todoroki heard a voice in his head. But you still want to be a hero, right? Todoroki can hear a calm yet sweet voice that he recognized clearly. Mom, it's okay, Shoto, you aren't a slave to your blood. You can become the man you want to be. At that moment, inside the ring, Todoroki was caught ablaze. The temperature in the whole stadium quickly rised from 0 to a blazing 50. Everyone had to cover their eyes on how bright the fire was. All the eyes melted in a blink of an eye. I'm gonna be a hero, Todoroki said as he smiled at Izuku. Izuku stared at the size and brightness of the blazing flame that Todoroki was releasing. He couldn't help but smiled at this. Somewhere in Mustafu, Japan. In a traditional Japanese house, sitting in front of the television was a young woman with turquoise eyes, white shoulder-length hair with flecked traces or crimson-like color, ear-length side bangs and a short clump she left hanging down her forehead. She was looking at the match via television and was crying tears of joy as she looks at her baby brother finally accepting himself. Her eyes then moved to the green-haired boy and smiled. Thank you for saving Shoto, Midoriya. Back in the arena. SHOOOOOOOOTOOOOOO. Endeavor's booming voice echoed in the arena, making everyone look at him as he descended the stairs. So you've finally accepted yourself, have you? Good, excellent. Now this is your true beginning. UWHO holds my blood, surpass me. And realize my ambition in yourself. He said as he gripped the railings looking at his masterpiece, expecting Shoto to look at him. But Shoto didn't even acknowledge his presence as he was smiling directly at Izuku, who mirroring his expression. What are you smiling about? Shoto asked as he was shaking in excitement. Izuku smirked at the ice fire user. Nothing. I'm just happy that you fully accepted yourself. Izuku paused and began channeling Blacklight on his arms as red and black tendrils circle its way on his limbs. And because of that I don't need to hold back anymore. You're absolutely nuts. But whatever, I don't care. He said as he leveled Izuku's smirk. After that he and Izuku slightly crouched their bodies as they expelled their quirks. Fire and ice on Todoroki's sides while red and black tendrils cover Izuku's arms. Seeing the two boys will unleash their strongest attacks, Manetta stood up his chair and crouched down. Midnight, he said as he touched the ground, and a wave of cement suddenly sped toward the center of the ring, trying to make a wall to prevent the strong attack. At that same moment, Midnight ripped off a part of her costume as a pink mist began to cover the ring. The stadium explodes as Todoroki's fire and ice combination and Izuku's massive attack made contact with the walk of cement that had made its way to the center. A strong gust of wind enveloped the stadium. Everyone covered their eyes to protect themselves of the strong force. As the force ceased, smoke covered whole center stadium. The crowd began to squint their eyes as they tried to see who won the massive impact. As the smoke slowly clears, they saw a figure laying outside the ringside area. The smoke began to disappear and they all widened their eyes on what they saw. Midnight steadied herself from the shockwave and looked at the ring. She looked at the direction where the rest of the crowd were looking and saw it, and looked at the opposite direction and saw the other person there standing straight with his quirk protecting him. She nodded and announced, Todoroki is out of bounds. Midoriya advances to the finals. There was a subtle short silence until the crowd erupted in cheers. Izuku stood there in the middle of the ring, covered in his shield, which had protected himself from the massive shockwave with the help of the aspects of the grape shit's quirk helping him stay in place as the force surged. He had activated the shield at the last second as he reached the center and stuck himself on the ground. He deactivated his quirk and began panting like an asthmatic. He had used too much biomass this time, and being tired is an understatement. Izuku looked at the direction of Shoto and saw that he was now getting carried by the medic robots. He smiled at the boy as he now accepted himself and inwardly apologized for the damage he dealt. He then looked at Midnight's direction and had to raise an eyebrow as he, the 18-plus hero, was blushing profusely and was looking at him from head to toe, all the while covering her nose as a blood tried to escape her fingers. Curious, he looked down and went wide-eyed when he saw that the top of his PE uniform was now burnt and torn up. His upper body was exposed and his six-pack abs are now free for the world to see. He looked at the pro hero and thought to humor the older lady. "Like what you see?" he asked in a husky voice that unintentionally came out of his mouth. Midnight began nodding slowly before saying, "Yes, mommy likes." She said that while breathing hard as a blush covered her cheeks. "Well, too bad," he said as he used disguise to make himself another PE uniform, earning a groan not only coming from the pro but also from the entire stadium, most of the female audience. He chuckled and stick his tongue out to Midnight in a childish way, making the pro hero pout while grumbling, "Meanie." He laughed and began to walk away, not without hearing a "congratulations" from his teacher. With a swift thank you, he exited the ring and went to the exit as Smentos used his quirk to repair the ring. As he walked into the stadium hall, he passed by a certain ash-blonde boy, who was glaring daggers at him. He just ignored the glare and walked past him. But before completely passing him, he stopped directly on his side. "Don't lose now, Katsuki. I still have a bone to pick with you," he said as he walked past him, leaving a seething Katsuki who stomped his way towards the arena. Izuku began to walk towards his waiting area when he failed to see royal blue eyes looking at him with curiosity and admiration. There was an awkward silence in the crowd. The last match of the semifinals of the sports festival, and the match, if you can call it that, was quite a sight to be seen. Izuku Midoriya sat in the waiting area, looking at the screen of the television. He, like the crowd, was shocked on what happened in the match. Flashback, 25 minutes ago. As the crowd's cheers echo in the stadium, excited for the next match after an epic showdown between Midoriya and Todoroki. They began debating to each other on who will win the next match. Most of them think that the explosive boy, Katsuki Bakugo, will be the one to fight Izuku. Even though they don't know his quirk, a decent number of people wants Hitoshi Shinso to win as he was an underdog in the match. Both competitors walked up to the field and faced each other. Bakugo, the Sunshine himself, was in his usual constipated scowl, glaring daggers at the sleep-deprived boy that is Shinso. Said purple-haired boy was looking the blonde boy in front of him with scrutiny. He had been curious on why the boy had been like this. Bakugo was, from his observations, was arrogant, impulsive and short-tempered. And for some reason, the blonde has a grudge against his teammate in the cavalry battle, Izuku. Shinso was confused. Izuku was a nice guy, smart and had the humility that the blonde lacks. In the short time he had been with the Greenette, he saw how caring the boy is and how he is always 5 steps ahead when planning. Overall, Midoriya was a good person. Hero material. So why does Bakugo act extra aggressive towards him? Whatever that reason is, Shinso was going to find out. One way or another. Bakugo, to his own devices, was glaring deadly at his opponent. But the reason was not because of the boy in front of him. No, he was angry at Deku. He was angry at the one who screwed his chance to be the only student in that shitty middle school to get into UA. The one who hid the fact that he had a quirk all this time. The one who has the audacity to fight back to him, when he was formerly a wimp who can't even do things right. The one who beat him via fluke in the battle trials. The one who outran and outsmarted him in the first 2 rounds of the sports festival. And finally, the one that has the balls to warn him to not lose because he still has a bone to pick with him. Like hell he'd lose to an Eraserhead copycat, when it comes to tiredness and eye bags. He's the best, he won't lose to a nobody who isn't even in the hero course. As Midnight gives the signal to start, Bakugo was about to blast his way towards Shinso when said boy began talking. For someone who's supposed to be training to be a hero, you sure act like a villain. Shinso said in a bland tone. He smirked inwardly when he saw Bakugo's scowl deepen. Hook, line. The fuck did you Cal? Bakugo was cut off when he was caught in the sleep-deprived boy's brainwashing. And sinker. Shinso let his smirk show as he walked forward the blonde boy, who froze up in a trance. The crowd began to cheer and some of the Class 1A began yelling at Bakugo to no avail. They just accepted Bakugo's fate when they saw Shinso walk towards the dazed boy. They were then confused when instead of pushing Bakugo outside the ring, he stopped a few feet in front of him. Since you're under my quirk, answer me honestly. Shinso started, which made the crowd grew curious. Even the loudest hero was uncharacteristically quiet. Why do you always act hostile when it comes to Midoriya? Izuku in the waiting area was shocked when Shinso had asked this question. He didn't know why would Shinso ask that question. They just become teammates a while ago, but he didn't expect the purple-haired boy to be curious about Bakugo's way of treating him. Though still shocked, he just looked at the television and waited for Bakugo's answer. He was also curious and want to know. He didn't need to wait any longer when Bakugo began speaking. Because I hate him, he said in a robotic tone, a clear indication that he is being under the boy's quirk. Shinso was not having it though. So he asked him another question. Why do you hate him? Midoriya is a nice guy. Deku was supposed to be behind me. He was supposed to be a pebble in my way. He was nothing but a snot-nosed wimp who can't even do anything right and believes he can be a hero when he was quirkless. This caused a lot of wide eyes from the crowd. Who would have thought that the strongest student in the first-year classes was once quirkless? As Shinso was going to ask him another question, Bakugo continued. That's why I did everything to show him how weak he is. How he can't be a hero, that only the strongest can be a hero. Shinso narrowed their eyes at this statement. How did you show him that he is weak? He asked the blonde, though he had an idea on how the explosive teen had treated a quirkless boy such as Izuku. I bullied, made fun, and sometimes attacked him so that he would think twice on becoming a hero. The stadium was filled with gasps and murmurs. In the Bakugo household, Mitsuki Bakugo, Katsuki's mother, was sobbing loudly on her husband. She was ashamed on how Katsuki had become. She tried her best to make sure her son was raised properly, but her son's actions and on what he just said explained it all. She was Inko's friend, and knowing that her son was tormenting Izuku for fun made her afraid on what Inko would do to Katsuki. Last time Inko got angry, she used her quirk, attraction of small objects, to move someone else's nerves to paralyze that person. That didn't really went good for Hisashi. Though it did made him fall for Inko even more. What a masochist. Masaru was doing his best to calm his wife down. Though he has a calm face, deep inside he was disappointed on himself and on Katsuki. He berated himself for not manning up on scolding his son and just let his wife do it for him. Looking back at the screen, he frowned when the camera focused on his son. Maybe it's time for him to knock some sense out of his son. In the Midoriya residence, Inko was not having it any better. She knew that Izuku was being bullied and was trying her best to make it up for the boy by supporting him on what he wants. But hearing it from her son's tormentor broke her heart in more way than one. She was going to apologize to her son when he came home today. Izuku, I'm sorry. I hope I can make it up to you, she whispered to herself before passing out of dehydration. Shinso stared at the blonde and gritted his teeth. He knew damn well how it felt to be bullied and made fun of because of something you can't control. Instead of releasing the blonde from his quirk or ordering him to hurt himself, Hitoshi ran straight to him and punched the dazed Bakugo in the cheek, knocking the blonde to the ground. Katsuki was released from Shinso's quirk and clenched his bruised cheek. My cheek hurt as fuck. What happened? His eyes grew wide when he remembered what happened and quickly gave Shinso a glare, but was surprised when he saw the boy looking down at him with a hate-filled glare. As he was going to talk to the purple-haired boy, said boy turned away from him and walked towards the outside of the ring. Before Shinso could step outside the ring, he looked back at the still shocked Bakugo. He glared at the blonde as he said, "The thing I said to you at the start of the round was supposed to be me baiting you to get mad." He paused and took a step outside the ring. "But after what you just confessed, I believe that what I said was right, villain," he said, and walking out of the ring. There was long silence before Midnight called the match. Shinso is out of bounds. Winner, Katsuki Bakugo, she said as she points her whip on Bakugo's direction without even looking at him. Bakugo, after getting over his shock, slowly stood up and looked around. Everyone's eyes are on him, and the look on their eyes explained what he had just confessed. They all have varying looks, but the most common are anger, disgust, and disappointment. The heroes looked at the blonde boy with disgust. Some whispering to each other, and the others were proudly booing the blonde. Bakugo sneered and walked away. He had just got exposed, and it was himself who spilled it all, even though he was forced to confess. As he walked away, his thoughts was drawn to the source of all of this and gritted his teeth. Deku. Flashback end. Class 1A and Class 1B were shocked at the revelation. They looked at Bakugo with a mixture of shock, anger, and disgust. They know Bakugo was an asshole, but learning he bullied Izuku out of fun was downright unacceptable or unmanly, as Kirishima and Tetsu would say. The girls of both classes and Mei were glaring daggers at the blonde boy. They didn't really like the boy at first meeting him, but learning that the boy would torment someone just for being quirkless, they couldn't help but wish for the boy to be obliterated by Izuku. Surprisingly, out of everyone in the group, it was Jiro who was glaring death at the boy. She knew well how it feels to be bullied and hated bullies. That's why he always distanced himself from Bakugo, but learning that he torments someone for being quirkless, she wished that Izuku would do everything to break the bastard, maybe use his brawlers to knock the blonde's teeth out of his mouth. Every girl in Class 1A, some girls in Class 1B, and surprisingly Mei was thinking of the same thing. No one messes with my Izuku and gets away with it. They thought and blinked once and twice, before blushing wildly. They suddenly looked at each other and saw that they all have the same expressions. They then glared at each other. His mine, back off. The boys of each class and a newly arrived Shinso saw this. They looked at each other and sighed. Simps. They all thought simultaneously, and prayed that Izuku would survive such troublesome women. Waiting room. Achoo. Izuku sneezed as a shiver felt in his spine. Why'd I feel that I'm about to encounter some troublesome women? He shrugged the feeling off. Probably nothing important. He then began to think on what just happened. Okay, Shinso exposed Bakugo and had punched him on the face, called him a villain. Now he is being glared at by the rest, all of the people in the arena. Bakugo then had a look face says that he is going to kill someone. He summarized and had to groan. And since I'm fighting him next, he'll be putting all the frustration out on me. He sighed and cursed Shinso. He began thinking of a way to beat Katsuki. He thought that he can use his strategy against Todoroki. Erase his quirk and beat his ass into oblivion. Knock the blonde out and win the sports festival easy. But that didn't sit well to him. For some reason, he thought of the real reason he wanted to be a hero. He always wanted to prove himself that he is capable on becoming a hero. That he can keep up with Katsuki, the best student in their middle school class. Izuku wanted to be a hero to prove everyone wrong, to prove that he too. Yes, Izuku Midoriya, you can be a hero. Alex's voice echoed in his mind and he had smiled. That's right. Alex Mercer was the very first person to acknowledge his dream and believe in him. He was the one that gave Izuku the Blacklight virus now turned quirk. Izuku can never be more thankful for the support his past self had in him. Hearing his cue to go to the field, Izuku stood up and walked to the door. As he was going to open it, he stopped and took a calming breath. He would make sure to win the match, to prove and show the world, especially Bakugo, that he had grown and he is no longer the Deku he liked to push around. He exited the door and made his way to the stadium. Izuku still had a match to win and a rabid dog to leash. Ladies and gentlemen, we commence to the first and last match of the finals and sports festival. Are you all readdYYYYYY? Present, Mike said, yelled, earning a groan from Eraserhead and a loud roar of cheers from the crowd. Without further ado, let me introduce to you the combatants. Explosion and Destruction, when he is the one in the field. Though he has a controversial confession made in the previous round, he seeks to win and dominate the final match. From the hero course, Class 1 is King of Explosions Katsuki Bakugo. As present, Mike said that the cheers from the crowd was non-existent. Bakugo, who walked towards the ring, was scowling and sneering at the lack of cheers coming from the crowd. It didn't really made him feel any better when he looked at his class. Most of them just glared at him and some just looked away, even Kirishima. Tough crowd. Now, facing him, the student that made an explosive comeback to capture the first place in the obstacle race. The person who took the pressure of the 10 million points, outsmarted everyone in the end and came out on top. The one who was able to withstand every single opponent he come across. From the hero course, please welcome Master Manipulator and Strategist of Class 1A, Izuku Midoriya. Mike yelled, earning a loud cheer from the crowd, heroes and civilians alike. Izuku had to stop a sweat drop from the ridiculous nickname Present Mike had given him, but would admit that it sounded intimidating. As he looked around the crowd, he saw his classmates, the other class and some heroes cheering for him. He stopped a verge to tear up from all the support he was getting. It was really heartwarming. To show that gratitude, he did the only thing he can do for them. He just smiled and waved, boys. Smile and wave. Doing so, he almost tripped when he heard someone in the crowd yell, "Marry me." He mentally berated Todoroki for burning his PE uniform in the last match. Now he was in the sights of most of the female crowd in the arena. As he reached his side of the ring, he looked at the direction of his opponent and saw the snarling face of Bakugo. He was taken aback from this and was somewhat confused. What did he do to get such a look of hate from the blonde? "This is all your fault, Deku." Bakugo sneered as small pops appear on his sweaty hands, still glaring daggers at the greenette. This caused an eyebrow raise from Izuku. "And how is it my fault actually?" he asked. Curiosity and sassiness can be heard in the Blacklight user's voice. "You told the Hypno Reject to expose me in front of the crowd." Bakugo yelled as he was about to lunge at the confused Deku. Said boy interrupted him. "What?" Izuku is genuinely confused at the accusation. "Don't play dumb with me, you shitty nerd. You two planned it all so that I would look bad in front of the whole Japan. You bastard want to sabotage my chance on becoming the number one." He was cut off by a fuming Izuku who had heard enough. "Listen here, you arrogant prick. It wasn't my fault you got baited by Shinso, it was you who can't keep your damn temper to yourself. Also, what do you mean we planned it all? We haven't even talked to each other right after the cavalry battle since Todoroki talked to me privately. And for your information, I won't sabotage you in front of a crowd. Why would I wait until the finals of the sports festival? If I wanted to sabotage you, I would have done it in the cavalry battle when I take every headband you had," he said to the blonde, who was shocked but still had the glare on his face. Izuku sighed. There was nothing helping to get the information in the hollow coconut of the blonde's neck called a head. Izuku calmed down and just stood there waiting for the signal to start. Bakugo mirrored the action but with a still angered expression. Midnight looked at the competitors and said, "Are both combatants ready?" Izuku nodded while Bakugo scowled, "Just start match already." Ignoring the blonde's answer, she raised her whip. For the finals of the sports festival, Izuku Midoriya vs Katsuki Bakugo. Start. As Midnight lowered her whip, Katsuki propelled himself in an impressive show of speed. Clearly not wasting any time, he propelled towards Izuku. The stronger the quirk. Bakugo started still propelling. The more imprecise the attack is. As he was about a feet away from the green-haired boy, who began charging straight to him as well with tendrils covering his arms, Bakugo used his left hand to release an explosion to propel him to the side. This action surprised Izuku. Katsuki then flipped above him and grabbed a fistful of his green hair in his right hand and threw him across the ring. Izuku was lifted in the air by the ash-blonde teen but used the momentum to his advantage. As he was about to be thrown across the field, he used his tendrils onto the blonde's right arm and used the momentum to rotate his body. Doing so, Izuku used Manetta's quirk on the soles of his feet and stuck himself on the blonde's torso and reversed the throw, sending the blonde flying to the side. Bakugo was surprised and was enraged when his attack was reversed. He clicked his tongue and used his explosion to stop himself from going out of the ring. Bakugo landed on his feet and as he did, he propelled himself towards Izuku, who began charging at him as well. As they neared each other, Katsuki cocked his right arm on a punching position. Izuku saw it and prepared to block the attack. He waited for the attack to hit, only for the blonde to repeat the same move he did earlier. The difference was Katsuki attacked him on the face. Knowing that the eyes are one of the main weak points of the human body. This caused Izuku to wince on the bright light his explosion had caused. Ignoring the gasps from the crowd, he then attacked Izuku on the gut. Using a bigger explosion this time, he sent the greenette flying across the arena. A feral grin appeared on Bakugo's face as Izuku landed on a loud thud, landing on his back. How'd you like that, you shitty nerd? Expecting Izuku to slowly stand up, he flew upwards Izuku as he charged at the downed teen. Thanks to shock absorption, Izuku stood up quickly. He can see Deku's right arm getting enveloped by black tendrils as his whiffist was formed and he looked straight at the airborne boy. Erasure activated, cancelling the explosions on the blonde's palms. He used his whiffist as a hook and it latched on the blonde's shirt in a tight grip. Get over here, he said in a dark tone as he pulled the blonde towards him and gave the blonde a sick right hook on the face, sending Bakugo tumbling to the ground. Izuku deactivated Erasure by blinking. He charged at Bakugo who had just stood up and engaged in hand-to-hand combat as he changed his whiffist into his muscle mass. As he sent punches at Bakugo, Katsuki began countering with explosive punches at the greenette. However, the close range that he is in right now was not helping his case as Deku was not only strong but also fast, and getting hit by a strong, fast punch hurts. It was angering the blonde even more. He wouldn't admit it but he was clearly outmatched. That's what he thought when he was once again sent flying as Izuku sent a punch to his gut. He landed on his feet, but staggered a bit when he felt the pain on his gut. He glared at the Izuku, who didn't even look hurt after all his explosive punches. This angered him even more. How is Deku keeping up with him and just looked unfazed at his attacks? His questions was not answered when Izuku began charging at him with his green eyes, now turned red and hair floating. Erasure, Katsuki thought as he tried to use his quirk, failing miserably. Izuku then sent him a barrage of punches and kicks making the blonde block his attacks and backing up to avoid his attacks. When a kick made Katsuki fall down on his face, he grabbed a fistful of grinded concrete caused by his explosions and chucked it at the greenette's eyes. Izuku yelped at the attack and staggered back, blinking his eyes. This caused Erasure to be deactivated. Bakugo used this opportunity to charge up a strong explosion and sent it towards the still wincing Izuku. Die! He yelled as the explosion covered Izuku. He gained a sinister smile on his face and began laughing maniacally. Is that all you got, Deku? I thought you said that you were going to surpass me? You're still pathetic. He was cut off when a tendril was launched at his direction and he barely evading it. Katsuki grunted and looked back at Izuku, who still had his left hand on his eye, still rubbing the hurt eye. Using dirty tactics. Not really heroic, Katsuki, Izuku said, removing his hand on his eyes. Then again, nothing about you is heroic. As he said that, Katsuki released an explosion on his palms, mirroring how angry he is right now. You bastard! How would you know if I'm not heroic? You don't know shit! He yelled at the green-haired boy as he propelled towards his former friend. I'm the best example of what a hero is supposed to be. As he neared Izuku, he didn't see the scowls on the faces of every single hero in the stadium. Izuku stood straight and sent a look on the approaching blonde. He said nothing as he let the blonde flew towards him. Izuku noticed Katsuki as he began using his palms to descend explosions on different directions and saw how he was spinning. So this is his strongest move, he thought as he began channeling Blacklight on his arms. Howitzer. The blonde started as his palms began to glow. Impact! He yelled out as a large explosion engulfed the arena. The onlookers had to cover their eyes as the bright explosion shined in the field. Katsuki landed on his knees, exhausted on the last attack he had just pulled off. That was his strongest attack and there is no way in hell Deku was going to survive. Man, that was close. A feeling of déjà vu hit Katsuki as he slowly looked at the direction of the voice and had paled when he saw a very familiar sight. In front of him was Izuku was covered by a large shield. However, it was different from the last one he used in the battle trial. This one is larger, bulkier and has spiked protrusions surrounding it. Still using flashy attacks to make it look strong. You never change, Bakugo, Izuku said as he retracted the shield back to his body. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, he said in a serious voice. Izuku noticed the blonde was breathing heavily and was on his knees. You should probably give up now, Katsuki. You're at your limit, he said as he took a step forward. He was however stopped when Katsuki gave him a glare. Shut the fuck up and stop looking down on me, he yelled at Izuku, shakily standing up. You see, that's your problem. Izuku snapped at him. You always think that every single person that wants to help you or give you advice is always looking down on you. What kind of bullshit of a mindset is that? To those who are hearing this can feel the annoyance in the Greenette's voice. You always feel like you're the main character, the focus, the star of the show just because you got praised for having a strong quirk. Izuku was glaring daggers at the blonde who didn't even look fazed by the glare. And to think that I want to be someone like you with confidence and a strong will. In order to be like you, I tried to be a hero. This caused a lot of wide eyes in the stadium. Bakugo looked at Izuku with a surprised look. I always wanted to be a hero not only because I wanted to help people with a smile like All Might. To prove myself that I too can keep up with you. He looked down for a bit and looked back at Katsuki. But seeing how you act and think highly of yourself and always assume that others look down on you when they try to help you, I came with the conclusion that I will no longer keep up with you, he said as his arm was surrounded by biomass and transformed into his muscle mass as he assumed a stance. Instead, I will be surpassing you. He charged at the teen, who was surprised at his sheer speed and tried to attack him, only to find his quirk being erased. A punch then landed on his face. He staggered back, but as he was about to recover, another punch landed on his gut. Katsuki tried to punch back, but his hits weren't affecting Izuku, even in his full force. As the beating continued, Katsuki was now in wobbly feet and had trouble staying up. Izuku looked at the boy and deactivated Erasure and Blacklight. Calmly, he walked towards the staggering blonde who slowly raised both his hands. As Bakugo was about to use his quirk, two strong arms grabbed his outstretched arms. Bakugo looked at the direction of the arms. He paled when he saw two brawlers growling at him. As he was about to break free, when he looked up and saw Izuku in the air. Before he knew it, Izuku had performed an axe kick on his head. He began falling down, slowly losing consciousness. Before blacking out, he heard Deku's voice. "Congratulations, Bakugo. You have become someone I can actually look down upon," Izuku said as the blonde teen was now knocked out, bloodied and bruised. Izuku looked at his hands, now covered with Katsuki's blood. He thought of consuming it, but decided against it. It was bad that he took Todoroki's blood and looked over his memories without permission. He wouldn't do it to Bakugo, no matter how big of an asshole he was. Yet. He was snapped out of his trance when he heard Midnight's voice. Bakugo is unconscious. The winner of the sports festival, Izuku Midoriya. Loud cheers, explosion, confetti and claps can be heard throughout the stadium. Izuku looked around and smiled at the sode of his friends, minus Iida, since he's gone for some reason, giving him smile, claps, cheers and a standing ovation. He then looked over Class 1B and saw they were doing the same thing. Looking closely, he saw Monoma still tied by his tendrils. He completely forgot that he had tied him up. He then looked around and saw heroes giving him smiles, claps and thumbs ups. Feeling thankful for the support and cheers, he did the first thing that came to his mind. He raised his fist in the air while yelling from the top of his lungs, a cry of success. This earned him a loud round of applause and cheers. Somewhere in the streets of Yokohama, a petite girl with inward-slitted yellow eyes that resembles a cat, with pale, dirty ash blonde color hair in messy buns, wearing a plain seifuku with a kansai collar, both the skirt and the shirt dark blue with a double white trim, which is paired with a red scarf that she ties loosely below. Over this, she wears an oversized beige cardigan with a rather long hem and cuffs, and pockets on either side, the right one shown to hold a number of trinkets on either a keychain or a cell phone strap. She sports knee-length black socks and dark brown dress shoes with thick heels. She was looking over a television screen in a television store that is currently showing UA's sports festival. Specifically, she was looking over certain green-haired boy with 4 symmetrically arranged freckles in a diamond shape with wide eyes. If you look closely, you can see tear forming in her slitted eyes as she watched Izuku being given a gold medal by the symbol of peace himself. She stared at the greenette as the tears in her eyes had streamed down on her cheeks. She kept her eyes on Izuku as she said, "Saito." To be continued. I hope you guys enjoyed this video and make sure to like and subscribe to the channel. Now we will see you in the next video.